All right. We are a little late today, and I apologize. I expected this event to be on a lot later than it is. To be honest with you, I would much rather not be doing today's show because it is 88 degrees here in New York City, and it is perfect weather to be out there in a car with his titties out. So I'm gonna do the show today anyway. But if you guys anywhere you are around the world, if you are chilling with me, I appreciate you. Thank you for coming by. Sadly, I missed the fight that I actually want the fight I most wanted to see. Yeah, the fight I most wanted to see was I really wanted to see the Chase Hooper fight. But it's good to know that he won. And he got a finish. I'm going to open up another window so that I can peek in on the Mets game. He might be safe at first. Yeah, I think he's safe at first. I think the Mets are going to give up that run. Yep, he's safe. He's very safe. So Mets are giving up that run. Jonathan Martinez versus Vince Morales, and Jonathan Martinez is almost a 3-1 favorite. Yeah, he's very safe. Hey, Miss Evil. Your not favorite announcer is doing his thing today. Xenon is here. How are you doing today? I've had a pretty sleepy day today. Your prices are really prices are going, especially when it comes to gasoline prices, man. That shit is like fucking with like my well-being, my mental well-being. Like I don't want to have to pay $200 to fill up my gas tank. Yeah, but that's what it feels like, man. Like I remember when like gasoline was considered to be super expensive when it went over $3. You know, now we're headed towards $6. And to think that the gas prices today could be considered cheap tomorrow. Morales has got a nice little active left hand going there. But Martinez, he's been attacking the calf. He's attacking the body, a little bit to the head. Yeah, there are several of these, companies that you hope will come through and deliver on the things they promise. Because even if you're driving an internal combustion engine vehicle, if you get more people who go over to electric, and the demand for gasoline goes down, then hopefully the gasoline will get cheaper for people who still do have internal combustion engine vehicles. So, that's what the hope is. How are you doing today, Lutch?
Better than you were last night. You feel better?
No. Don't remind me.
Fair enough.
Don't remind me. I did not know that this event started at 4, and I ended up missing the only fight that I cared about on this card.
So let's back it up. Who cares?
Nah, I'm just gonna stick with it live. I'm just happy that Chase Hooper got a win and he got a TKO.
I am watching that. Hell no, I am watching that.
Yeah, I'll probably check it out later, but right now I really just care about, just doing this thing here.
It's 5:20. So we got. So that was one fight ago.
Yeah,
I'm going back and watching it. There's time in between the fights to watch that one fight.
No, I don't want to mess with my stream. I did one on my regular channel where I did like a driving live stream last week talking about what happened. But then, Captain Paul and I had a really good discussion live. And I think that we did the subject that's proper justice.
I got to check that out. I haven't had a chance to see it, and I didn't.
It was a full podcast.
I didn't really. I haven't really looked too much into that incident in general. I don't even really know what happened. Just been,
basically the kid was listening to some white replacement conspiracy stuff. And since there were no black people that lived near him, he drove nearly 4 hours to Buffalo and then just started trying to shoot as many black people as he could in a supermarket. So
that's crazy.
Anirudh and his love of prenatal termination, he will be able to tell you that the only race in America besides white people that's not growing is the black race, because almost half of pregnancies for people that look like me end in a prenatal termination. So in the last 50 years, 48% of all black pregnancies have ended prematurely through forceful means. So we're the only race of people in the country that's not growing. So if you believe in this white replacement stuff, black people shouldn't be your target anyway. But he, went into these echo chambers where you only hear one opinion. And nobody's really checking on this kid's mental health. Nobody's really showing him any real compassion that he can see. And then since he has no hope for the future, well, he's going to make his problems your problem now. So,
that's. For a while there, we were so inundated with.
You want to hear was something really fucked up? Look at Xenon's comment here.
Hold on one second.
When Paul made the video about it a week ago, we got over 1,000 views in that video, super, super fast. But when you dig into the analytics, you see that the average watch time on the video was 13 seconds. And we had someone complain in our comment section that we didn't show the massacre.
Somebody doesn't know how YouTube works.
Right. Somebody also doesn't really think that black people are people, because if it was a supermarket full of, pretty young blonde girls, nobody would be clamoring to see that. Oh, let's watch them all be murdered. Where's the footage? But when it comes to black people, most black people are not seen as human beings to a lot of people. And it's just like, well, when they get killed, we want to see it. We want to watch the massacre.
I mean, I don't see the. I respectfully see that differently. I do think people would want to see whatever it is, anything that it is. But point.
Yeah, I've never seen anybody complain that they couldn't see any of the other massacres that have happened in this country. Sandy Hook, or the one in Florida, or the one in Texas, the movie theater stuff.
I mean, we didn't see footage.
I have not seen a clamoring where everybody is begging to see the stuff.
But is that a reflection of them not wanting to see it, or understanding that the footage isn't available? If we know that there's footage available, because
but the thing is, I don't think that anybody.
The thing is, of the Buffalo, and I would want to see footage of Sandy Hook, not because
I don't want to see any of that. I think that
I used to be exactly like that, and say that I don't want to subject myself to this, and you get desensitized and all this stuff. And this is way back when we're talking when Facebook was the main thing, and I had this opinion about World Star videos where people were just fighting and whatever. And so I was just like, I'm not watching this. Like, I'm not subjecting myself to this. I don't want this to become normalized. But I realized that whether I'm watching it or not, it is in fact becoming more normal. And
but we want to talk about how to make it unnormal again. That's what our discussion was mainly about.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not necessarily. Again, I didn't see that particular conversation, but just for my own changing of position, realizing that putting my head in the sand doesn't make this stuff stop. And, no,
not at all. Not at all. But I don't think that we need to watch people get senselessly murdered in order to tackle these things, which is why I believe that the incident itself is not what should be focused on. We should be digging into that kid's past. We need to know the people that he interacted with.
I disagree on the sense that watching it isn't going to have a positive effect. Like I used to think that, but now when it becomes a hypothetical, when it becomes a talking point, and whatever, that's when it becomes that's when you get a lot of harmful rhetoric.
But it's not a hypothetical though, right? Because we know what happened.
But if you didn't see it, to you, it's a hypothetical thing. That's what I'm saying. That what actually happened, the actuality of it, you didn't see it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Xenon. I know that I'm an asshole for this, but I keep trying to tell people that I may look like an extrovert to people. I am not. So when you see me do these shows, I am using all of my psychological energy to get through these things. When I'm off the air, I look at Discord and I'm just like, I just stare at the notifications. I don't even want to open it. I don't open my Discord for my channel. I don't open my Discord for TSP. I don't open the Discord for Black Power Magic Hour. After I get off this shit, I just cannot handle it. I just can't handle more interaction with human beings. I just need to not interact with human beings. Maybe I'll let them interact with me because I'll just watch YouTube video after YouTube video.
Right.
But I can't. I just can't. Sometimes I see it and it's just I really want to respond to that, but that is going to lead into a conversation I'm just simply not equipped to deal with. And this is, again, Xenon is right 1,000,000% on point. I get paid a lot of money to be social, and it pays my bills so I can justify using my energy towards my clients. It's a lot harder to justify being inundated with human interaction, constantly. So I do apologize. I do see your messages. I just can't. I just can't. But yeah, I don't want, the thing is, me and Captain Paul, we had a discussion about whether or not we should say the kid's name. Now, I didn't remember the kid's name, but I don't want to immortalize the kid. I want to immortalize the victims. They were just minding their goddamn business.
Yeah, I think that's a good notion about not wanting to glorify the shooter or the offender and whatever the case is, but sometimes I feel like that's taken a little too far, and the discussions that need to be had don't get had because we want to hide certain this, that, or whatever. Like,
I don't think that that's the reason. I think that people are very reactive, especially in American culture.
That was awesome.
And people settle on demonizing the attacker, and that's the end of the discussion. But nobody wants to talk about anything that could possibly humanize him. But the thing is that there are human beings who are committing these acts. Right. And we have to understand that if we do not get down deep into these psychological conditions that are creating these atrocities, then we will never stop them, because there are people that people know in their communities today, and you look at them and you say that person is a nice, quiet kid. They never bother anybody. But we don't know this today on May 21st, 2022. But one of them on June 21st, 2022 could be the next mass shooter. And the thing is that a lot of people look at introverts, social introverts, and they say, well, they're quiet, they're good. No, we don't need to worry about them because they look quiet and docile. We don't need to worry about them. But one of the trends that I've noticed is that many of the violence extroverts are social introverts. And why are these people withdrawn in the first place? It could possibly be that they are withdrawn because they don't believe that anybody cares about them, because they fly right underneath the radar, that they don't believe that their existence in our world holds any kind of weight. And I think that we can do a lot just by showing compassion to other human beings, whether or not we believe it is necessary to show compassion to those human beings. I did a live stream on my regular channel last Sunday, and I said compassion is the key, because I don't know if people understand this, but the more people feel desperate, the more they commit acts of desperation. And I think that we have become a colder society. We've become a colder society, and we're every man for themselves. And don't help me raise my kid because I'm the parent. I'm the one that should be saying something to my kid. No, don't correct my child. Don't show you care about my child, because if you show that you care about my child, I think that you're a pedophile. Because why would you take interest in my child unless you're trying to have sex with them? That is the prevailing thought process that is going on in society. It used to be that the village raised a child. If the parent wasn't around, the child would get guidance and compassion and correction if needed from the community, from the respected members of the community. But now it's like, don't look at my child, don't say anything to my child. And then when your child grows up to be isolated, withdrawn, depressed, and they're not talking to you about their depression. Mm-hmm. They're not talking to you about their depression. They're going to 4chan. They're going to this. They're going to this echo chamber over here, right? And that's how you get stuff like Mgtow. That's how you get, all of these weird, fringe conspiracies that don't get checked, because for the first time, somebody says something to that person, and then they actually get a response back.
How the fuck does this fan?
Like, there's so many things that can get solved with humanity, but for whatever reason, people believe that humanity it costs you something. This is one of the reasons why this platform exists, and I have this passion I have for this project continues to intensify, right? I don't want to talk about too many things that happen behind the scenes, but Lutch and I had some misunderstandings some time ago, and we handled it like men. And I'm supposed to be the libtard that libtards can't talk about anything without. But we had the conversation as men, and we both benefited from having that conversation, and that is the spirit that we've put for both of our platforms. Like, we want to have the conversation, and we want to hear different perspectives. And it's important for people to hear different perspectives. So I'm hoping, like, I don't want this to come off arrogant. I don't know if I can say this and have it not come off arrogant. But I'm hoping that there could be a situation where somebody sends us an email, and they send this email to talkingshitpodcastllc@gmail.com. Hit us up, with any subject matter that you want us to talk about on the show. I hope that we get an email saying, I was thinking about doing this, but I decided not to. Because that is that's what I'm hoping to create. I'm hoping to create a place where young men have hope that people in society care about them, that there are women out there that care about them enough to create families with them, or at least to give them some sloppy toppy on their big swingy thingy. At the very least, like, got to give these young men some hope in something, whatever it is. And that's what I'm hoping to create here, right? Now, I want to make this clear. It's not that 4 out of 5 black kids had a mother and father. It's that 4 out of 5 black people were married, including black women. The inside wedlock childbirths probably were higher than 80% back then. Because back then, in media, they really tried to sell black girls as these open, loose, slutty whores. But the thing is, in those days, the black girls kept their knees shut at a much higher rate than the white counterparts that they had that they knew. So you would go into, like, different neighborhoods, and it was the young white girls that was throwing their punani around. But it was the black girls that were basically squeezing their knees together because they had a very heavy religious influence, that Southern Baptist influence, and they were scared to death of being known as a floozy. Like, they were scared to death of that. And we're going back, prior to Roe v. Wade. We're going back prior to those days. Like, they really tried to sell black girls as these loose, ladies of the night that will just give you anything. The only thing you have to do is just be there and they'll drop their pants, which wasn't true. Also in those movies, they tried to portray black men as rapists and thieves, and shifty and con artists, like any bad thing. That's how they tried to sell it to you. But back in those days, black men were almost all of them. I mean, it's still almost all of them today are still hardworking, law-abiding citizens. But back then, that was the rule for black men, that you go out there and you earn an honest living, and you go and you bring that money back to your family, to your wife and your kids. That's what it was. But in the movies and in the moving pictures and in the magazines and in the books, they wanted to portray black people a different way, so that people constantly had a mistrust of black people. But when second wave started, trying to snatch as many women up, into it, then you started to see something a little different. You started to see that the government started to provide monetary started providing monetary incentive to get black women to separate from black men. And once they were able to make it seem like, no, you're not supposed to be underneath your black men. No, you're more valuable than your black men. You're better than them. We want you to earn more money than them. We want you to be more educated than them because you're worth more. And then because they understood hypergamy is real across the board. So if you get black women to no longer have faith or respect for their black men, then they're not going to date or marry their black men. And when that happens, then you get the community to destroy itself. Because they tried destroying the black community from the outside. They tried massacres like what we saw in Buffalo. They tried doing that. Dylan Roof tried that in 2017 in South Carolina.
Who's they, though? Dylan Roof is not.
I'm talking about people that are part of the racial majority that don't want to see black people come up in this country. They've tried destroying the black community from the outside. They tried to do it with slavery. They tried to do it with Jim Crow. They tried to do it with, bringing drugs into the communities. And the only way that they were able to do it was separate the black man and the black woman. That's how they were able to destroy the black community.
I don't like using Dylan Roof to represent any group of anyone.
Yeah, then you need to look up Black Wall Street. They destroyed 3 black towns because they were too prosperous. And the white people came with their torches and their pitchforks and their bombings because they were upset that black people had an economy going and they were living peacefully in their own towns. They destroyed 3 of them for that reason. The bombing in Philadelphia in the mid-1980s. Dylan Wolf walking into that church in South Carolina and saying, well, these are some really good, nice black people. I need to shoot them because we need a race war.
I don't disagree with any of that. All I'm saying is when you're having these types of conversations, it's important to not mislabel people, and it's not helpful to lump people into something that I'm
talking about the people who are responsible. Do you know anything about COINTELPRO?
I do not.
Do you know what COINTELPRO stands for?
Nope, never heard of it.
COINTELPRO stands for Counterintelligence Program, which was a joint program by the FBI and the CIA. And they had 3 main groups that they wanted to subvert so that their movements would not gain any steam and then change things in America. Gay people, anti-war protesters, and black people. All of this is on the record. The murder of Fred Hampton, all of this on the record. All of this is on the record. They had a bunch of different groups that they wanted to target to subvert. A lot of people, there's a black woman that, and we might do a video on this on TSP. There is a black woman out there, I forget her name, something B. She claims that Martin Luther King Jr. was not. She claims that Martin Luther King Jr. was not a great man because it didn't matter all the things that he did. There's evidence that he cheated on his wife. Do you know who gathered that evidence? The FBI under COINTELPRO. And do you know what they tried to get Martin Luther King to do before he was murdered? They tried to blackmail him into self-termination using proof that he had hoes in different area codes.
That's crazy.
And before they could get him to do that, he was murdered talking on behalf of union employees. He wasn't even talking on behalf of black people at the time he was murdered. He was working for the working people of the United States. A lot of people like to focus on his advocacy for black people, which was a large part of his ministry. However, He was very much pro-union because these employers didn't wait until the current corporate structure. They didn't wait for the current corporate structure to fuck employees in the ass. They've been doing this since the dawn of the Industrial Revolution. Over 150 years ago, they've been trying to fuck the American worker. Dr. King wanted compassion for all people, and he put his fucking money where his mouth was. He put his time where his mouth was.
So I'm confused though, where
the mouths were. But how does that not make you a great man anymore?
Well, you covered a lot there. So I'm confused as to how Dylan Roof is connected to COINTEL.
Well, Dylan Roof was stuck in one of those echo chambers because just as the 5 greatest rappers of all time just said that Roof is not the reason we have these problems. He is a symptom of the problem.
Absolutely.
And again, when you look at this, when you look at the fact that you're getting these are not 65-year-old black men doing these things. These is 17 to 22-year-old. They did not create these things. They didn't wake up one day and say, wow, I don't think I've ever seen a black person except on TV, but I think they're replacing me. You can't find a black person for 200 miles, which is why you're driving to Buffalo. So
I definitely don't disagree that there are people there are many Dylan Roofs of the world. I just don't think that there is a reasonable connection to any race or political party or
never said it was a political party.
No,
I know. Was a racial thing.
I'm saying that this is my point. That I'm saying he is. It's not. I think Lone Wolf is too. Lone Wolf doesn't describe it because he like you were saying, he was in these echo chambers, but there's lots of echo chambers that don't.
Let me
in people.
1 second. I'm gonna find our Facebook page and I'm gonna drop, because I think that we have people in YouTube. No, we have people on Facebook, I believe, that may want to join this conversation, but I would rather talk more about mixed martial arts. This is a mixed martial arts live stream, but we're going to have the conversation here. Just give me a moment to find my page and drop this link.
I'm going to go grab some.
We are going to drop this link for those that want to come up. So we're going to drop this link for y'all in the chat. And if you guys, want to come up and talks about this, Bruce, I have to agree with you. I only really cared about Chase Hooper, and Chase Hooper fought before I realized that the event was going on. I do like Mr. Martinez, who just won 30-27. I do like him. This card is not compelling. And you can call me sexist or whatever, but it seems to happen whenever women are the headliners. They don't back the women up with fighters that people want to see. It just seems like they throw away some of these events and say, well, we have to offer every fighter 3 fights a year, according to, the contracts that we've signed. And, if we're going to put a woman up, and we're going to put a women's bout up there, then then we're just going to put a bunch of fighters that, we have under contract that we owe fights to. And, sometimes you get really good fights, but, people have to be interested in them first. But I'm here covering it when I should be out driving with the top down. So, all right. So I dropped the link on the Facebook. on the Facebook side. In fact, you know what I'll do? I'll drop the link for those that want to come up and have a chat about anything that we're talking about here, including you, Bruce. If you want to come up and you want to join the panel, you may do so. We could talk fights. We can talk, because I believe it was Xenon that kind of broached the topic. And since Lutch hasn't seen the video, Lutch is kind of interested in doing this. But, Lutch, I think that it's really important for you to kind of go back into our country's history, because a lot of, people want to say, oh, critical race theory bad. No, you need to examine where you came from so you know how not to go back there. And I think that it is astonishing to me that there is a major government program that the federal government has admitted to, including the Nixon. We have cabinet members of Richard M. Nixon, who in 2016 confirmed that it was the federal government that trafficked crack cocaine into poor black neighborhoods on both coasts. And they did that to destroy the black community from within, because they couldn't do it from outside. They tried. They tried doing it with Jim Crow. They tried doing it with all kinds of fucked up things, but black people always stuck together. And now we've got questions from Xenon like, what's going on with these rap lyrics then? And I get it. But I'm going to try to answer this as succinctly as you can. Xenon asks, can you give your opinion on why people listen to rap music? I only remember some very negative lyrics from it, and rap is a lot about the lyrics. So I'm going to give you two different schools of thought that encompass two different groups of people that rap is marketed to. Rap music is marketed to two separate groups: the people who are living through the environments that the lyrics talk about, and the people who live outside those environments. For the people who live inside those environments, it is about hearing stuff that is representative of their experiences living in these environments. So most of the music out there, especially pop music, is a lot of teeny bopper shit, and my boyfriend dumped me, and that guy is hot, or whatever. That's but in rap music, it's about the dirty nature, the dirty social environment of what it's like to live in extremely poor neighborhoods where there are few opportunities, but lots of traps. So for a lot of people, Jay-Z said it best when he says, Hove did that, so hopefully you won't have to go through that. For everybody else, it is a way to A, kind of be part of the in crowd, and B, show a separation of why your life is so much better than their life. And one of the things that black people have been complaining about for probably 40 years is that everybody wants to be black, but nobody wants to be black. We see, whenever that there is a new music style, it is being co-opted by white people. When there is a new dress style, being co-opted by white people. When, there's a new, dance modality that comes out, it normally comes out of black places and it shows up in white places. But when it comes to that, when the police stops you, if you ask any of these white people that love black culture, and you ask them, hey, would you like to spend a day as a black person? The answer is no across the board. Puerto Rican Ashley, how are you doing today? Thank you for supporting the hockey live stream that we did a few days ago. You're about the power metal. I like power metal too. I like a little bit of that grunge too. I like a dirty metal sound. You see, Ashley has been trying to flirt with me for a long time. You know what I'm saying?
Cutie.
You know what I'm saying? She's like, oh yeah, I'm so hot. Yeah, come to Connecticut. I don't know if I can come to Connecticut because that's where Ken Kniff is.
That far.
Ken Kniff is in Connecticut. Shout out to Eminem.
So
she's talking to me in code right now.
I was gonna say that that definitely means something else. I'm curious though.
We're just messing with you, Ashley. We have respect for you. Thank you for coming through. Euros Medic is in the second round against I forget the first name, Morales. Let me check my fight card.
Omar? I think it's Omar. Omar? I think that's one. I got Morales.
Omar Morales.
But you were so you made mention of Mgtow earlier. And with
Mgtow is a perfect example.
Of a perfect example of what in what way? Because
it's a perfect example of what happens when you alienate young men and you don't show them any compassion, and then they go into an echo chamber and things don't get better for them.
That's because I consider myself. I mean,
how many people are showing you compassion in the dating sphere?
None.
Exactly.
But
that proves my point. That is the perfect example.
Okay,
Morales is in trouble. He's in trouble.
Oh! They swang it. Oh!
Wow. Get him a medic. He needs one.
But I only started using the term Mgtow after I realized that it already applied to me. I'm not like in any Mgtow communities. There's a couple of red pill channels that I watch.
Can I repeat myself?
Hold on. And the reason that I am not, I mean, I don't like openly use it, but the reason that I'm not opposed to it is because it is, with all the red pill content that is out there, I think there is a specific lane where that can be its own echo chamber. But also I'm not in that lane of like, okay, how can I do X, Y, and Z to get women? I realized that, okay, I look a certain way. I'm at a certain place in my life, and that's just not what I'm focused on. So I don't understand how that is. I do understand that there are these echo chambers, but that has more to do with the echo chamber itself and not so much the notion of a man going his own way. Does that make sense?
No, but I will repeat myself so you understand the exact context of what I'm saying. The echo chamber is not the first step. It's the last step, or the second to last step. If you're talking about extremism, okay. The first step is a lack of compassion towards males, boys, teenage boys, young men in their mid-20s, late 20s, early 30s. There is a lack of compassion for males in our society. Full fucking stop. No one gives a fuck about what men go through. Nobody. Except here on the Talking Shit podcast. Right? So when you don't have... Are you frozen? Fuck, he's frozen again.
I was. Can you hear me?
You're Are you back?
Yes, no, yes, no.
Oh,
yes,
I think you might be back.
Yeah. So you said there's a lack of compassion.
Right. So there is a lack of compassion. Oh yeah. You said yeah. There is a lack of a lack of compassion for males in general. Just a full stop across the board. Mm-hmm. So when you take that into account, and you see how a lot of these young men start to feel isolated. Right. They start to get that sense that people don't care about them.
Right.
Since we are a species that is very much communal, we're a very communal species. Being isolated from the social groups causes very bad things to happen, both physical health-wise and mental health and emotional health, right? So because of that isolation, you get this that comes up in your recommended, or and then you end up going down the rabbit hole. You don't go down the rabbit hole if you're a guy that girls recognize as existing. You don't end up in those places. You only end up in those places after people treat you like you don't fucking matter. Right. That what you go through doesn't matter. That what you think and feel doesn't matter, or makes you toxic because you signed for a penis at birth. Okay. And that's how you get people that go and form the echo chambers, because those are going to be the first places that anybody recognizes them as actually existing and mattering.
Let me ask you this. Do you see a difference between the Mgtow community and the Incel community?
There are a lot of differences for every single person in both communities. Okay, but I'm talking about the common threads that draw them together.
Okay, but so relevant to what we're talking about, that loneliness leads to, yeah, exactly. So in that context, do you think, specifically talking about this and drawing back to Dylan Roof, do you think that there's a meaningful difference between an incel and a Mgtow?
In principle, no, but in practice, probably yes. Most likely, yes. All right, we are going to welcome a very, very esteemed guest to the program, to the platform. While I thought you froze again, Lutch.
I'm sitting and waiting.
Somebody that I've made appearances on his on his program, on his platform that he's trying to build. There's a lot of, before Kevin Samuels died, he talked a lot about two things. He talked about our public image and black males coming together to create our own media. And my guy, Dylan Yale Williams of Yalecast Radio.
Yale Radiocast.
Yale Radiocast. He is one of those guys that even before Kevin Samuels really blasted onto the scene, he was already working on creating black male media to talk about black issues, black male issues.
Yes.
Dylan, welcome to the stream.
What's going on, gentlemen? How y'all doing, brothers?
Are you watching the fights today?
I am working today. And if I got 5 minutes in my life, I will watch a fight.
All right. So if you have ESPN Plus somewhere off camera, you can tune to that, because that's what this is what the stream is supporting.
Right. That's why I'm trying to pull up everything right now as we're talking about it. So that's why I got this pulled up in the back. So I'm trying to get to it.
Yeah. So Dylan was in the comments, and Dylan and I occasionally talk on the phone, but he's busy, I'm busy. We're gonna have some discussions about Young Thug on a future podcast.
Yes,
talking about First Amendment and in the RICO statute. We're gonna be having a discussion with him about that.
Right.
I'm pretty sure you're not happy with the law that New York State just passed protecting rappers for what they say in rap lyrics. We're gonna have so much fun talking about that. But one of the things that you asked earlier, you said you was like, oh yeah, we talking.
Yeah, man, look. I jumped in there. I jumped right on the string, right? And we were getting to it. You were getting to it about basically the divide that goes on between particularly black men and women within society, and how a lot of things was created to actually perpetuate that divide. It's,
right.
The platform that I'm on, and I'm not even going to talk about the Mill Review too much because
definitely plug your shit, because by the time you breathe another breath, he will have plugged I Didn't Read Your Book podcast 7 times.
Go subscribe if you haven't already. I Didn't Read Your Book podcast.
I Didn't Read Your Book podcast. So definitely something that we direct our conversation towards is men understanding women and women understanding men, just to create a better understanding. Even if you still don't agree, you need to understand where the other side comes from, and we can only talk from a man's perspective. So that's what the Male Review on Your Radio Cast is about, just conversation from a man's perspective, so you can actually get a true collective understanding of men on a platform, to kind of just dilute this social view of what men are, what men think, what men feel. And that's where, and you was talking about basically how the government created some things, some reforms for women to fall into that trap. And women don't want to hear that they fell into a trap. They think that things were actually genuinely, authentically put in place for their actual concerns. And on the back end, they say, well, the government don't care about us. Well, which one is it? You said they don't care about you, but you subscribe to these ideologies and these rules and these policies every day, as long as it benefits you. So which one is it?
Maybe they want more money from the government to feel valued and loved. I mean, there was that one company that gave black women for their businesses $10 billion. And then, you know, one of the things that when it happened, you know, Kevin said what he said this, and this is like right around this is like during the Rona when Kevin Samuels blew up. Right. And he says, would any race of men allow black men, a black male led company, to give their women $10 billion to start their businesses so that they can continue to separate themselves from their men? Would those race of men allow that to happen?
Right. Not at all.
Nope.
Not at all. And I mean, of course not, but here we are talking about this often every day, you know, so I just want to kind of create more conversation about that, man. So that's basically what I push it towards. I grew up, I was raised by women. I didn't meet my dad till I was 24, 25 years old.
I did not know that. I did not have a meaningful relationship with my dad until I was 20.
Right. So
that's crazy.
My major influence in my life has always been women. So when women come on my platform or even my pages talking about how I hate women, and those women are still influences in my life, maybe it's not that I hate women. I hate what women have become by way of falling victim to a system, a structure. Just like men, we all have fallen victim to a structure. As you were speaking on Dylan Roof earlier, I don't think he's a face of it. I think he's a victim of what racism created mentally. And he follows that concept.
Absolutely.
So that's what's happened on both sides with black men in the community, men as well, and women in the whole community. We've all subscribed to something because that's what we've seen in our lives every day till we think it's law.
Right.
And that, of course, doesn't absolve him. He's still horrible. I mean, obviously horrible person.
Yeah, but we don't do it. We don't do that to absolve the people. And again, it goes right back to what I've been pushing this concept of that guy that killed those 10 people in Buffalo. We need to have a measure of compassion for him, because if we don't, we'll never get to a place where we can understand why these things happen. And if we can't understand it, then we have no chance to stop them. And he will not be the last mass shooter.
Yep. That's a good point.
No.
That's a good point.
No.
And that goes to, you know, what I was saying about trying to cover up what's going on just to not say the person's name. And I get that. You know, it's always the offender who gets famous and nobody remembers the victims. And that's
exactly,
you know, that's terrible. But the idea shouldn't stop us from having the conversations that we need to have to talk about why this happened, what happened to this person, and we can be sympathetic to the environment that created certain circumstances without having to absolve the person of, you know, whatever happened. You know, you can say on one hand, you know, this kid grew up in XYZ and learned this, that, and the other, which is why, as a reason, led to this horrible thing. That doesn't mean that this horrible thing is okay, and we are justifying it for this person. We are just trying to understand really all of humanity better, so that we can look to the future and we can see these kinds of things and we can see these kind of trends to stop it from happening in the future.
Right. Now, Dylan, one of the things I recognize is that on YouTube, I just realized that I was not subscribed to a YouTube channel until today. I'm just like, yo, I got to click on that. Right now, my platform has about 247 subscribers. Right.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And at the time that Captain Paul, my co-host, made a video about a certain type of lifestyle, we had 172 subscribers or something like that, right?
Right.
Now, in about a month since he's made that video, we have about 13,000 views on that video. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, for a small platform to get a video, a full-length video like that, to get the kind of interaction, like when you look at your analytics, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
So if you make a video about a mass killing and you look at your analytics and you see, wow, this is an above average, because we normally get somewhere between 20 and 60 views on a video.
Okay. Yeah.
We got about 2,000 at the time. The last time I checked my analytics, we had about 2,000 views on this video. And as a matter of fact, let me get you some actual.
While you're finding that, Dylan, your channel is, where am I?
Yale Radio Cast on YouTube.
YaleRadioCast.com.
Everybody else, go subscribe to him. And while you're doing that, subscribe to the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast YouTube channel.
Right. You did say you were going to do about 13 plugs. That's two right there.
So,
right there.
so Dylan,
Yeah.
because Lutch kind of questioned my methodology on this. And again, it's good. You know, there is a really upstanding black man doing big things, sort of like you. That he's affiliated with, that is also a friend of our platform, Darshan McAway. He makes children's books for black kids.
Oh, great.
So he's definitely a person I'm probably going to put you in touch with, so that he can make an appearance, because it would be good for people who watch your platform to know that he's out there trying to make strides just as you are, right?
Right.
So the thing is, a lot of what's happening, Lutz doesn't have a lot of exposure to a lot of black men. Okay.
Okay.
And so now he's kind of.
Where are you from, brother? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm from Central Jersey. So I mean, like where I grew up was a long story short, it was pretty well mixed in terms of diversity. But just personally being into things like skateboarding and heavy metal music and stuff like that, I had a lot of white friends and
multicultural.
Yeah,
not bad. I'm from Pensacola, Florida, so
yeah.
You know,
So
I grew around there.
So let me ask you this question, right? Dylan, you know how to read your analytics. I know you do.
Yes.
Okay. The average view duration for our videos, well, our videos are usually somewhere between 5 and 27 minutes long, right? Normally in that 5 to 12 minute range, okay? Our average duration is usually between 2 minutes and 12 seconds and 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Normally, okay?
Yes.
So we got a well above average 1,900 plus views on this video. That does sound like a good thing, right?
That sounds like a great thing.
The average watch time is at 14 seconds.
They just
We
saw
got
that
one person that commented that was angry and upset because we did not show footage of black people being murdered. They wanted to watch people be killed on our YouTube channel. Let me ask you a question. You've been on this earth about as long as I have been, a little bit longer.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, I would agree to that.
Have you noticed any clamoring for people to watch well-to-do white people be murdered where they're searching for the footage? Have you ever seen anything like that?
No. These footages that go on, like we could always highlight George Floyd as the most recent. And George Floyd was ran into the ground for months and months and months and months and months.
I watched a part of that video one time and never turned it on again. I did not want to see that ever again.
9 minutes. That is the one video that desensitized us to murder.
Right.
More so than any. Philando Castile. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
No, I just wanted to jump in real quick. And before I was saying how I used to like when World Star videos were getting really popular on Facebook.
Right.
I took the position that I don't want to watch this stuff. I don't want to desensitize myself. This isn't something that is that I need to watch. But then, when that started to change and we were talking about these mass events.
Please hold that thought, Lutch. Did you know that Halton Almeida is a 6x favorite? He's a minus 600 favorite in this fight.
I did not know that. But
this is supposed to be an evisceration.
Well, let's see it.
Continue, Lutch.
But yeah, eventually, I guess I think I'd heard from people that, sticking your head in the sand doesn't make these things go away, and that it's important to see what happens and what's going on to be able to grapple with the reality of it and have the conversation.
Speaking of grappling, Almeida immediately got Porter up against the cage. That's the very first move he made. Sorry.
He's on it. Double duty, triple duty.
And so, and I was saying that I think it's silly for the commenter to be like, oh, well, where's the footage? But the notion of saying, okay, I want to see what happened is not inherently having anything to do with race, because, and Dr. Evil brought up Sandy Hook. And I said, I would want, before I gave any type of opinion on anything with either situation, I would want to see the whatever tape existed for that, and I would want to see what happened at Sandy Hook, not because I want to bask in the glory of violence or anything, but because I want to inform myself on what it is that's going on, what people are talking about, and especially when it's things that are national conversations, then to be talking about something that you don't have all the information. That's where I'm coming from. And the idea of, oh, well, if it's a black person, I want to watch it. But if it's white people, oh, that's kind of, that never would even occur to me.
Well, let me ask you this, Dylon. Let me ask you this.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you heard somebody walked into a parking lot of a supermarket and then just started shooting every black person that they could find, would you need to see that to know how fucked up that is?
I haven't watched, honestly, any video of any form of murder since George Floyd.
Yeah, I can't do it.
I've seen
Elijah McClain in Colorado can't do it.
I was just at an event 2 weeks ago. I was hosting an anti-violence event at a park, Welcome All Park here in Atlanta, Georgia. And as we're hosting this anti-violence event, we literally witnessed on the other side of a park, a man get killed, shot. 2 men get shot, one of them died. 18 years old. And there was footage of this shooting.
Yo, Halton is putting it on Porter. God damn.
I had to pull this.
I like Porter too.
I'll get a link to that.
I just don't like seeing his chest flopping around.
But sorry, and sorry to jump in, but that was a kind of the crux of our conversation, and
right.
If you could, I would love a another perspective from somebody in the black community about that perspective and how
I would say how often because shootings happen on both sides, black and white or all races. How often do we see any footage of anything outside of African American shootings?
Yeah, they really do clamp down on white mass. What
we get
victims,
is the news
they clamp down on that.
This is what happened at this school, and then they'll show the shooter, and then the narrative will be mental illness, and that's all we get, as if there's no.
Or footage. He's evil, and they'll end the conversation there.
But after they say he's evil, it's a backspin of his mental illness. There's never any footage. And there is footage
Sorry, I froze out. You said how often do we see, and then I cut out.
How often do we
Murders
see
or
footage of
mass
like
shootings in white communities as if there's no footage? How often do we see that on that side of the platform?
Yeah, we never see it.
Rather
We
than
never
the
see it.
story, outside of the actual story of a shooting, how often do we see footage of that side? How often do you see that?
Not
On the
as
Lutz
often.
scale, this is a 10-4 round.
This would be 10-5. This is a clear 10-5. I mean, it's definitely less often, but again, that's not.
Oh, he's got full mount.
The sentiment, I guess, that I'm trying to get across is I wanted to see the Kyle Rittenhouse footage all the way through in every angle, and there was no black people involved in that.
And he's tapping.
And I had no.
He didn't even get under the neck.
I
was
wasn't
tapping.
any more or less interested in it because of the race of people. It was a national conversation. It was something that was very relevant to law and order and the justice system and all of those things. And that's why I wanted to see the footage, so I knew what it was, what I was talking about, and
he was allowed
to felt about it.
Yeah, right. That's a great example. He was allowed to say self-defense. Trayvon Martin wasn't. Although Trayvon Martin was self-defense.
Okay, but I that's not really my question though. My question is, Dr. Evil is saying that people want to see violence.
People want to see violence.
No, I think they want. I think that my position is this.
Against black people, and
I think that black people are not seen as fully human. So when there is mass violence that happens to black people, it's almost like if you're watching John Wick and you know that all of the other supporting actors that you don't know the names of, you know he's going to kill them all. You don't even literally look at them as people. You look at them as conduits to build his mythology, his mythos. But you don't really look at them as actual people.
But that's a movie.
I would say it's true, but I would not honestly say I would know the percentage of that.
But what I'm saying is, I don't think that people look at black people as
kind of agree
people.
with him saying that some people may want some information on what happened, but I would not act like there are some people that want to actually see the violence of the thing.
Neither do I. Yeah, absolutely.
We just don't have percentages, and I'll say that.
Right, but I'm looking at my analytics, and my analytics cover anybody that's clicked on our video, and it is and for our platform, it is a pretty large sample size, and I've never seen this before in my life, except with George Floyd and Michael Brown. People were looking for evidence because the official account is always whatever they want it to be, right? But so I think
that's because they wanted to see the actual
no, I side with Lutz on that point.
Or do you think that's because they want to know what happened?
Right, but I think that this here is pretty cut and dry. This is not a Kyle Rittenhouse situation where he was 17 years old and he's in illegal possession of a firearm while not being attended to by a parent or guardian, and then going out there putting himself into danger. No, this kid was 18 years old. He drove over 4 hours to go find victims, and then he starts shooting once he reaches the parking lot. I don't understand.
Look, I'm not saying there's
so
no
many
racist
people want to see it.
I'm not saying there's no racist people. I'm not saying that people don't have these racist tendencies. I'm saying by and large, I don't think that is what most people are thinking. And I'm asking if that's naive of me, and if it is, then why?
I think it's a little naive.
It's a little naive.
Why?
It's a little naive because,
remember in our Constitution,
just based off of it, even not knowing or not understanding.
Right. So do you know the original Constitution of the United States? One second, darling. Do you know in the original Constitution of the United States, they calculated for political purposes that black people were 60% human?
What does that
That's in the United States Constitution.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Since the beginning of this country, black people have not really been seen as people. I'm not denying
that.
He's saying that he just needs some evidence and some stats, some facts. And unfortunately, brother, you won't get facts because who's going to number one, who's going to record those stats?
The FBI has actually reported on those stats and admit to racial bias.
Right. And who's going to actually admit, yeah, I watched black people get killed on purpose, because I like to see what happened. That's never going to happen. Some of these things, you just have to be a part of that culture to know it when you see it. You have to, like racial profiling. You have to be of that race to know when you get profiled, although there are legal things that say, no, that wasn't racial profiling. I felt suspicious of this guy because of X, Y, Z. See what I'm saying? So there are some situations where there would never be wholehearted facts of it. You just have to be in it to know that's what it is. Like I say, I agree with you that a lot of people are actually watching these things to see, well, what is the backstory behind it? And it's not that. But also on the other side, there are also people that say, oh, shoot, this is entertainment for me, because there are hateful people in the world. And one thing we all know, that part is fact. What I'm saying is, I can't give any percentage or numbers. What I will say, if I was to take a shot at it, it's near half. It's near 50%. Circling around just based off on of what I've
based on experience and observation.
Experiencing but I don't have 47 years of life while I was in the military, serving next to somebody who gave a racial joke to me. How do you cut a nigga out of a tree? Me and this guy are serving together. My life is in his hands, and the joke that he crashed to me,
and his life is in your hands, and he still fixed himself to say some shit like that.
Yeah. So, but guess what? I still have to defend this guy's life because we go to war together. So some of these things you just have to be embedded in.
So let me try to I 100% hear you.
Yeah.
And please, I know this is not going to sound good, but I'm just trying to understand. So, just to use an analogy, I'm not comparing them, saying they are the same, but I'm 5'4", so in the same way that there is biases against melanin, there's biases against height, and I'm not saying they're the same. I'm just saying
you're trying to put a principle out there. We're here with you
through my own experience.
Yeah.
So the notion that people are making fun of those who are short, or judging people who are short in a certain way is certainly a thing that happens, but being subject to that, I don't feel like, even though that has been a sticking point for people to unjustly judge me or whatever, that most people think that way. So, and again, I'm acknowledging the difference between the two groups, but I'm just not clear on how you can say that we don't have the statistics. Yeah, we don't have the statistics, we don't have the percentages, but that that it's near half. And I am, as somebody who I guess would be on the good half, again, it's like, is that naive to assume that most people, or at least a significant portion of people, are like me and are wanting to see these things for the reason of understanding what happened, and not be like, ooh, another another black guy died.
Yeah, I got to ask you this question though.
I got you.
What more understanding can you get from a person started shooting black people in the parking lot because they were black, and then he goes into the store, seeks out more black people, and continues to shoot them?
That's one racist asshole, and that's not.
No, but that's what I'm saying. What about that situation do you need to see in order? What more could you get from that? Because the thing is, like you said, well, people are looking for more information, which is why they clicked off of Captain Paul's video. But Captain Paul gave them all of the backdrop just without the footage, and they clicked off after 12 seconds.
Weren't you the one who was telling me that my Will Smith video didn't do well because I didn't have the footage there?
Let me.
I don't think I didn't watch you might have talked about this with Captain Paul.
Let me ask somebody this, else. Bro.
But I mean, as
actually, it kind of goes to my point, because it was black on black violence, right? People want to see black men acting a fool in public.
But let's not act like if two white people got into it, that wouldn't have blown up the internet. Let's not act like Chris Rock and
actually,
Will Smith
I'm not sure. I don't have an answer for you on that, but it is a very interesting thing that you bring up because I didn't really think of it from that end. If it was two white men up there, what would the backlash have been?
Either way. My point was, whether it was you or somebody else was saying, "Oh, you didn't get very many views on that because you didn't include the footage. It was just you talking about it." And so,
yeah, I don't know about the conversation you had with Paul. That's not a conversation.
I don't even know if it was him, but you seem to agree with the notion that if I had footage of this black person being assaulted, that the video would have done better.
What do you think,
people are looking for
everybody was looking for that slap, man. Come on, man. You know everybody was looking
because it was black people or because it was two celebrities
because it was two celebrities.
That's why exactly. That's why I was looking at it. So,
but look at the celebrities who it were. Now
that's also the size of the celebrities too.
Let me talk about this because I want to circle back to another question because you're asking for the correlation. But let me address this first. All right, so this platform of the Oscars, which is, we know 98% of the people on the platform or people that's even in that industry are white, right? Or that was there at that event that night, right? Now, unfortunately, we have an obligation to carry ourselves in a certain manner, a certain light. And you don't even have to just take that situation. Look at the communication in the communities, in the comments when that happened from people that don't like black people. Okay, so you can find this on numerous media outlets. Sure. You can go whatever source you want to. See what happened? Well, we always thought this. Now the thing is, they couldn't give that much negative comments about it because it's Will Smith, it's Chris Rock. They have a squeaky clean career for the most part, right? Mm-hmm. So it was hard to give any true, look at those niggas type shit. Facts, right? Now, let's just say Will Smith was, pick a name, Jay-Z, Jeezy, for whatever reason. Okay. It would have been, see, them street niggas, them thugs, those hoodlums. Now, you can't tell me in most instances on other things you see where there's violence, that's the reaction that you see, right?
Yeah,
those thugs. Okay, so now you put this thing in the same type of box. You're asking, how do I know? Let me ask you this. What's your nationality, bro?
Mostly Indian and Chinese and Western.
So you have
mostly Indian and Chinese, yeah.
So right. So you don't have any racist hate towards black people, I would assume.
Nah, I don't like y'all guys.
I really wanted to tell a joke right there. And I was just like, who's gonna tell the joke? Somebody needs to tell this joke.
Never mind.
I don't really like y'all motherfuckers.
I feel sorry for your mother. Anyway.
No, yes. Obviously I have no ill will against people for the color
what you
of their
say
skin
about my
or their
mama?
nationality.
It's okay, so
stop talking about my mom.
I feel sorry for your mother.
Yo, shout out to
Michael Chiesa.
To Michael Chiesa,
well,
yes.
On, but Dylan, you were making a point.
Okay, so
no, I don't have
what
any
I'm saying is you're asking, is it you being naive? Of course it is, because you can't put yourself in that box. But you got to understand, at least try to understand the mentality of the people that are in that box. There are races that do have hatred towards black people. So you would never understand because you're not in that box. It's almost like black people complaining or explaining being or living in the hood to a rich white man. He's not going to understand it at all. And he's never going to see anything that we say that we go through, that we experience, because he's never been there. His mind don't even understand ramen noodles.
No, you want to hear something? You want to hear something funny, Dylan, about that? I lost a billionaire personal training client. I've never told the story to anybody. Okay. I lost a personal training client who is a billionaire. And this was like maybe several years ago. Part of the reason why I lost that client is that I could not get a good traction with him because I couldn't understand him, because I'm a poor black guy, and you have this rich white middle-aged, big time developer here in New York City, and I could not wrap my mind around the possibility that this guy could possibly respect me, especially with the way he was talking to me. And I ended up losing that client because I could not communicate with him because I was so far away from his box in a box way the fuck over there.
Right. You couldn't gauge him. He couldn't gauge you.
At no point
it's
have
a
I
disconnect
said that
between cultures.
Yeah.
And look, at no point have I said these people don't exist. My entire thing is that from what I've seen as a non-white person, I'm not part of the black community, but I sure as shit have experienced my own racism in my life. I've talked about this.
We all have, even white people.
Yes.
So fine.
We all do.
But the overwhelming majority of people that I have encountered don't think the way that you're saying they think. And the question about naivete comes to we can't both be right. So I could be naive.
If everybody's right, who's wrong?
Right. So I could be naive and what you're saying could be true, but the possibility also exists that you're too close to the forest to see the trees. And because you are in this community that is experiencing these actual real versions of hate and all of this stuff, that you see it everywhere. I would guarantee that I see a lot of whatever issue, microaggressions, whatever the fuck you want to call them, against short people than you would. I'm gonna guess you're taller than me.
No, that's not true.
How do you know? How do you know? How do you know? You're not in this group.
I'm the one that inflicts the microaggressions against short people. That's why.
How do you know?
Because I inflict the microaggressions against short people. That's why.
But maybe you're just a good person. The same way that I'm not watching these videos to bask in the violence against black people. I'm quote unquote one of the good ones. Maybe that's just how people are. So for you to say, "Oh no, you don't," the same argument that you just presented to me, thing, though. Is you're saying I'm telling you my experiences, and you're saying that it's not the way it is. I'm
not saying it's not the way it is. What I'm saying,
actually, we're happy that is your experience.
Yeah. Because there is
sadly that is not our experience.
No, but that's why I said.
And when you talk to black men around the country, that is not their experience by and large.
And that's why we're saying that we don't have an exact number. We're just saying it does exist. You're asking for wholehearted proof when we would never have wholehearted proof because people would never give the wholehearted truth. All you got to do is just go off of who may know just off experience. Okay, for example,
I got analytics right here. I got numbers.
Whose military story are you going to believe? The guy who's telling the war story or the guy that's been in the war?
The guy that's in the war, for sure. But again,
so what I'm saying is you can't fathom war if you haven't been to war.
Okay.
It was 1,000 people killed. And you over here, are you sure? It might have been only 300-400. I need more proof that it was
not at all what I'm saying. That's not
but that's how it comes off.
That's how it comes off.
You're not listening to my point then, because
I'm
being very
I've
clear.
Agreed with you.
And
I'm just trying to present the side that you may not hear.
Again, I'm saying that I'm not making the point that those people don't exist. Those people do exist. Those people are horrible. Everything against them. But from my perspective, it does not seem that most people have any specific, fetish to watch violence against black people.
So you hang around.
Not that they don't exist, but so you hang around the average person. The average person does not go about their life looking for the violence against black people.
We're not talking about average people.
That's what I'm
these
talking
are not
about.
Average people.
That's exactly what I was. This whole thing started with saying that Dylan Roof is not representative of really anything except.
I said he's a victim, though. He's a victim of the ideology.
Yeah,
he didn't create that ideology for himself. He got him from other places.
Right. But
multiple people.
Right.
He's not the
point
face.
Was that
and you're right.
He exists, but that doesn't mean that he represents how most people think.
But nobody ever said that.
I'm talking about that is exactly what I said. That is the first sentence that I said.
Yeah, but I don't think anybody thinks that most people are like that. But what I'm saying to you is when I look at my analytics and you're saying that people are looking for more context and the video is Captain Paul giving a shitload of context,
but nobody is looking for any of the context because they want to watch a massacre. An average watch time, almost 2,000 views on a 247 subscriber channel.
Okay, fair enough. So then let me ask you this.
14 seconds.
Fair enough. So let me ask you this. Because first of all, how would they know that there's footage, whether or not there's footage within 13 seconds?
Because they're looking for it when they don't see it, they click the fuck off.
Let me ask you this. If I do a video about the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case, do you think the video is going to do better or worse if it's just me talking to camera versus me reacting to footage? Which video is going to do better?
Shows do get a lot of views.
Say again?
Reaction shows do get a lot of views.
But then you also get videos where somebody's giving their commentary and they do just as good. Medovsky is in a lot of trouble right now.
Okay, sorry. I didn't hear your.
I think we're about to get a TKO here, fellas.
Oh yes.
Oh wait, he's going for the rear naked.
Oh, stop!
With no hooks.
Stop. Oh, he got back up.
And he's tapping. A rear naked with no hooks.
How fucking far ahead of are you? Oh god damn it! But yeah, sorry, Dallin. I froze out.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, when I was saying about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, would a video do better with footage or without footage?
I think with footage, definitely. I agree.
Why is that?
I agree with footage.
Why
because
is that?
they want to see the footage of what happened as proof. And what you're missing is, I actually agreeing with you.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody is not looking for slaughter. Some people, as you have said, and I think you think I'm missing your point. I get wholeheartedly what you're trying to say is you're trying to say that people like you want facts so they could see how to make a fair judgment and assess the situation, right?
Right.
What we are saying is move all you motherfuckers to the side. Y'all go sit over here in this box. Was I supposed to say motherfucker on y'all show? Anyways, y'all sit over here on this box. Now let's talk about you group of people over here. Now you group of people over here ain't trying to watch this for the fact of there's some truth behind or whatever that there's this group of people that we don't know the number of it that are actually watching this for the slaughter. So what we're saying is we're not talking about the good-natured people who want facts. We're not talking about the good-natured people. Huh?
No,
did you watch Captain Paul's video the day after it happened or the day it happened?
No, that's what I was saying. I haven't caught up with
it. If you did, and because you know that there's no footage, right? How much of that video would you watch knowing that there is no footage, but he is telling you what happened and his opinion on it? How much of that video are you going to watch?
Because if you guys, I would watch the whole thing. If it wasn't, then I would rather watch a video.
And do you know what our analytics on our channels normally see? That people at least listen to what he's saying or listen to what I'm saying for at least 2.5 minutes. That is our average. This is the only video I've ever seen on YouTube. I'm talking about anybody else's analytics. I've been on YouTube with my own personal channel for a long time, just doing video game stuff, right? I've never seen an average view duration of 14 seconds. I've never seen this in my life. So when I see something that's so far out of the ordinary, now I'm going to start pulling on the string and start asking questions.
Okay, and I agree with that.
Why is it that when I'm talking about me pulling the gray hairs off my balls, and you're willing to listen to that for 3 minutes?
Wait, what?
But when I tell you about some white guy that drove to a supermarket to go kill black people, you need to see the footage. Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I'm not going to lie. I would watch black people get killed before I watch you pull gray hair off your balls, too.
But motherfuckers would at least listen to what I have to say for 2.5 minutes, which is my point. They're not clicking off after 13 seconds.
But this is the crux of it is I'm not disagreeing that this particular video about this particular subject got people are clicking off. And there's somebody that commented about not having Xenon, check out my channel. I did a bunch of videos.
He's got a lot of content. Definitely check out what he's got going over there. He's got a lot of content
the question is,
about
how
that.
do you know that click off after 13 seconds is correlated with the other person who took the time to comment and asked for footage? You're making that assumption, and you may be right, you may be wrong. I'm just asking you
because that's the only thing that's missing in the video, and it's so far out of the ordinary. I don't know how many videos we have on this channel. We've never had footage of tragedies. We covered one of our very first videos, one of our very first podcasts. We talked about the mass shooting that happened in the supermarket in Colorado, and we were trying to figure out why is this happening with these young men that are engaging in these mass killings, right? Like what and then we went back and we looked into the history of mass killings in Colorado, and then found that private employers were the first perpetrators of mass shootings against workers that were rising up against mistreatment, and they used the National Guard to do their bidding. That's an interesting story all in itself. But the thing is that we've covered other Lutch is frozen again. But we've covered other mass things. We've covered other hot button topics that may have had footage, even though we didn't use the footage. People still clicked on the videos and they still listened for 2 minutes. But here, as soon as they see that they can't watch Black people being murdered for no good reason, I'm clicking off the video. And that's how I'm interpreting it. Because I look at my channel and what it's done. I look at my other channel, my 12, I don't know how many years. How many years have I been on YouTube? Like 10 years? I've been on YouTube 10 years. Doing gameplay commentary and doing all that stuff. Yale has experience in media on different platforms. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that I am being unreasonable when I look at how people look at Black people just in everyday life. And I see how Black people are treated as less than, as less educated, as more violent, less productive, more lazy. And I hear all of these things that are constantly put out in media. And then I'm supposed to believe that with all of the negative PR that is put out against Black people in moving images, movies, television shows, magazines, radio for the last 140 to 170 years, that people are not going to not going to relish in watching a bunch of Black people get killed. There is a post, and I saw it from you. It might have been from you, Dylan, where there's a New York State corrections officer who is celebrating the Black people that were killed in the massacre in Buffalo. And a lot of them were middle-aged Black women. We're talking about women above the age of 50 and 60. Oh, yeah, clean up on aisle this and clean up on aisle that. Yeah, 10 more of them that,
That wasn't me.
Then it might have been in barbershop talk. But
I haven't shared that at all. Just because I'm tired of the negative imagery behind when we get killed. It's almost like we're participating in the minstrel show. So I've made it my personal due diligence to stop sharing that type of content. If you notice and you follow me on my Facebook, I haven't even mentioned that. I'm tired of us becoming a form of a hashtag. I'm tired of our story being a story of mass murder, and when the mass murderer gets to walk away and go get a hamburger, or there's no consequences, or when this person does it, the conversation is mental illness for this guy. Yet if we do our violent crimes, we're menaces to society.
Yeah, we're the scum of the earth.
I think and this is a great platform to move into the obligation that we all have to the community to make things do differently. Which I agree with you. We probably should look more into analytics before we make harsh judgments. So we can take this day and move forward. And as far as yourself, as far as us, to do research before we make judgments. And when we come back to the platform with the next Hopefully it won't be none, but we know it will. With the next thing, we actually have some more facts to say, see, this is what it is. It could be on one side, it could be on the other side, and use that as a marking point to actually prove what we're saying is happening. Because what we got now is a whole bunch of things that go on emotionally based, reaction based, and entertainment based. And the problem is, I don't care how you look at it, we're turning into entertainment.
Yes.
Because
and that's why I didn't want to talk about him. I want to talk about what he went through that led up to what he did. Because there is a common thread of young men who are feeling completely isolated, overlooked, invisible in society. And I don't think that racism and the Great Replacement, I just think that that was a conduit for him to express his lack of hope and how full of despair he is as a human being. So when I look at what he did, I don't look at what he did in the racial connotation. If he was 65 years old, I'd be talking about racism because he's old enough to have those views. But to be 18 years old, and remember, I don't know if you know about this, Fletch, but he ended up on the FBI watch list first a year ago while in high school because, he was talking about just shooting up his school. Right. So for me, the racial part of this is not a big part of what he did.
Meanwhile, rappers have been on the FBI watch list, and they're using lyrics,
right? We gonna talk about it.
I'm there.
I 100% hear what you're saying. Again, I would need to see more to have to be completely convinced of to say my position is wrong, your position was right.
We're not looking to convince you. We're just giving you perspective.
Yeah, well, no. But I mean, I want to know the reality. Again, I want to know the reality of the situation. So if I'm wrong, it's not to placate you. It's to be. I want to be right. So I don't think that what you guys are saying is coming out of nowhere. I do think it is heavily influenced by, being too close. Yeah, being too close to the trees to see the forest. I think there is a combination of the things that you're saying and the things that I'm saying, and because you are on the victim end of it, everything falls into confirm your beliefs, and that doesn't mean that your beliefs are untrue. But it does mean that without those numbers, then, again, I have to go on what I know and what I can see and what I can do. And so do most other people.
Can I give you an example?
As soon as I'm done, though, if most other people aren't black, then when we're talking about black issues or an incident,
you should listen to black people.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to know, listen to black people. Let me give you an example that you would understand.
Wait. But that just the point was that if you have an equally skewed view because it's your community, then listen to black people to hear what black people have to say. But for somebody who's not black to have an opinion, that doesn't invalidate it because I'm not black.
Well, I'm going to give you an example that you would understand. Okay? You're from New Jersey, correct? Mm-hmm. Where's Anarud from?
Texas.
Okay. Two guys living very far apart, about as far apart as me and Dylan, right? Okay. Both of you recognize this terminology, model minority. Both as Indian men in the United States living as far apart as you do, both of you, when we talked about this on an earlier show on your platform, when we first met, and we talked about the exceptional minority standard that Indian people are held to. Yeah. Both of you live in vastly different places because the United States is really 50 different countries in one country, right? The experience of living in New Jersey is so different than living in Texas. It's two, but both of you, when you talk about exceptional minority, both of you instantly because both of you are diametrically opposed on most topics. But when we talked about that exceptional minority thing, both of you instantly knew, and both of you are for all intents and purposes, culturally, are from two different countries, right? Now, me and Dylan, because I'm in New York next to you, and he's in Atlanta next to Anirudh. Me and him are different ages. Remember, the difference between me and Dylan in age is roughly similar to the difference between you and Anirudh in age. Okay. But that was one of those things that both of you instantly knew because it is something that is unique to your experience.
Do you believe in God? Do you believe in God?
You said what?
Do you believe in God?
I'm not sure. We've had this. Me
and Anirudh also
is not trying to play that religion shit.
Me and Anirudh also from halfway across the country agree that being an agnostic atheist is the only rational position to hold.
No, but I'm talking about your experience as a race. I understand
that, but you're using the fact that Anirudh and I are very different in many ways, and the fact that we agreed on one thing to put weight on that thing.
No, not agree. That both of you relate to an experience, a very specific experience that only people in your position could experience.
Same thing.
That's what I'm getting at. Not that you agree, but you guys are diametrically opposed on anything. But when we got to that topic, both of you were in lockstep because no matter where you are in the country, it is a shared experience that you just know.
That's a shared experience.
Okay. It's a shared experience that you just know. Okay. Now, other people on the outside are not really going to understand on your level. Now, me being also partially Indian, part Pakistani, sounding white in a black neighborhood, I can understand to a certain extent the pressure that comes with being the exceptional minority. However, I could never understand it the way you and Anirudh do, because that is just a special experience that people with brown skin, specifically from where you're from, have that experience. So what we're trying to tell you, as far as the black experience, whenever we see anything that goes on in society, I don't have to say a word to Dylan. I can just look at him and we'd be like,
there you go, right there. We see it.
There it goes, right there.
I hear that and I understand that. And again, what I'm questioning is the validity of that and the confirmation bias and to what level. Again, I'm not saying it doesn't happen. Hold on. But a great example of exactly what you're talking about is I was at a wedding or some event with my family, and we were all dressed up. And my dad, a 5'2" Indian dude with glasses.
Wow, you're taller than your dad? Wow, you're moving up in the world.
I'm taller than both my parents, bro, and my sister.
Oh shit!
But
you're the patriarch.
Some white guy asked him, I'd like to take his jacket or wear he said something, thinking that my dad worked at the place. And my dad came over and was fuming. He was like, oh, this white guy. I'm like, Dad, you realize you're wearing the same shit that all the people who are working here are wearing. I watched that happen, and he just made an honest mistake. And that doesn't negate the millions of times that as an immigrant doctor starting in America that he had to deal with being whatever came with that.
Looked at as the fucking help, right?
But my point is that each situation has to be taken individually, and the patterns that you're talking about absolutely exist. I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm just saying that you can't apply them to every situation just because there is an inkling that it might be related.
I agree with you.
I think I think
I'm listening. I just got to piss.
I think you got to understand that my analytics are very, very extreme. Like I've never seen analytics this extreme.
I think we're both. He's missing that we both agree with him.
Yeah.
No, I get that.
Check this out. But I want to relate your example to, well, I don't know the experience. So since you're so close to the situation, you might need to fall back and see the forest for the trees.
Right.
Imagine explaining rape to a rape victim and say, you might not have been raped because you're in there. So you probably need to fall back and see the forest for the trees because you might not have been raped. He might have just shoved his dick in you, but he didn't really force it up. I'm just saying you're so And that's what we said earlier. It seems
or
like
maybe she wasn't actually SA'd. Maybe she just got drunk and decided that she didn't want to do it afterwards. Sometimes that is the case. Sometimes somebody was SA'd and in unquestionable terms. Both of those things are reality. So in each case, you have to determine, okay, was this a horrible
Yeah, we can't use the R word on the platform. You can say motherfucker. Don't use the R word.
We can say in each individual case, let's look at the facts. Does it look like this person was SA'd?
I'm new here, guys.
You good.
Yeah.
But you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it might be something that you want to consider too, because the R word on YouTube is it's a no-no. So we say SA or EPAR, which is the other word backwards.
Okay.
Real quick. Okay. They didn't have any lemonade, so we're working with the Truly iced tea. Let's see how it goes. Peach tea.
Okay. Right. But I think, but the thing is, like, when you're talking about SA or anything like that, Dylan is trying to make a point in that I think that it's gonna be hard for people to engage in discourse with you when somebody is telling you, I've experienced this, and the person sitting next to me has experienced this, and we know 30 million other people that have experienced this, and your response is, well, have you looked at it from everybody else that's not going through what you're going through? Maybe you're not going through what you're going through. And it's like, what? Like that's how we take that.
So you don't think that questioning you heard about the Aziz Ansari Me Too incident?
Oh, he definitely is a e-parist. And I don't know.
Don't get me started on that.
Really? Yeah. Okay, so is there any Me Too story that was that you saw that was clearly BS?
Brett Kavanaugh. Trevor Bauer seems to be complete BS.
Okay. So,
Johnny Depp, you're watching the trial.
Fine.
That seems to be complete BS.
Who was the first guy you said?
Trevor Bauer.
Trevor. So you're saying that the woman who accused him of doing whatever he did, you would not be justified in saying, that might not be the reality of the situation. When we look at the facts, it's XYZ. You just have to believe her because she knows better than you.
Well, she also she put out evidence to the contrary. Which is why I don't believe her. How would you know
that if you didn't look into it?
Because she said that she was lying.
How would you know that if you didn't look into it?
Well, we would default to believe all women in that situation.
YouTube video on a topic is to look into it.
And once you see it, you know that's what it was.
Right.
You see.
There.
Yeah, but we do default to believing women. Even people in the male spaces, when we hear an accusation, most times, I don't, maybe I can only speak to myself, but when a woman makes an accusation, my first instinct is to believe her. And then when I see the evidence to the contrary, normally provided by the woman, then I'm like, oh, okay, she wants some bullshit.
Mine is too.
And so maybe it's just a me thing, because if somebody tells me something like that,
which called me naive, which is kind of like what we were talking about 30 minutes ago, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong. I want to hear this much.
What were you about to say about your sister?
Well, to real quick, I'm not gonna forget that part. But Dylan, that is
because I'm naive to a lot of things.
It being just a me thing, and maybe I am wrong that I'm just some guy that is looking for information, and the world out there really is this racist, awful place. I don't know. I'm just in my own head. But what I was gonna say is, even if my sister came to me and said that her boyfriend did X, Y, and Z, I would withhold judgment before until I had some more information. Now, my tendency wouldn't be to grill her and question her and whatever. I on a human element, I would want to comfort her. But on making a conclusion as to what actually happened, I would need to withhold judgment until I have enough information. And again, maybe that's just me. Maybe most people don't operate that way, but that's how I operate.
Unfortunately, all these examples that we speak of are different boxes with a lot of gray areas within them. And that's the thing. You're talking about your sister. I would say this: you know your sister,
Yeah, that's
and
a good
maybe I
factor,
don't.
too.
So
Yeah.
you would know how your reaction is if you know your sister. Like I have
granted,
some
me and my sister
sisters,
aren't that
and
close.
I know just the way my sisters are. If they tell me something, I would automatically know that's BS, or I would know, hold up, that don't, because I know my sisters wouldn't put themselves in that situation.
Yeah, I think maybe thinking back, that might be
And
a
like
bad
I say,
example.
all these
I
are
don't really
gray
have a
areas.
No, that's a great
relationship with my
example.
sister.
You got me thinking. You got me
All
thinking
these
a
are
lot on
gray
that.
areas. All
Well,
these are gray
so
areas.
let me. So then maybe it is, maybe it isn't. So I
Meg
don't really
Thee
have a great.
Stallion claimed to get shot in the foot, and I didn't believe it off top. So
Yeah,
but
because she
once
was
again,
dancing the next week, right?
she
Like,
was
I
on
don't need to
on
look
Saturday
into
Night
that.
Live
I know what a
twerking 2 weeks
gunshot
later.
victim looks like.
Yeah, so
And how
I
they
mean,
act.
like, and that's what we're saying. You have a lot of truth and a lot of facts behind what you're saying. Huh? So I'm not going to debate it. I'm just saying, it's a gray area that we would never have the answer to, and that's why it's a gray area.
Right. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Fundamentally, I'm not disagreeing with you, Lutch, but I'm just letting you know from my experience and my observations dealing with people. And I tried to tell you this before. A lot of my suspicions on people's intentions for why they do and say things on social media, YouTube included, I was not this cynical until Trayvon Martin was murdered. That's what woke me up, because I thought that we was living in a post-racial society. Dylan is going to have a field day with this. I thought we was living in a post-racial society because I had so many white girls that were looking for a ride on my big swingy thingy. And so I thought that, wow, like, and then their fathers were like trying to shake my hand. I'm like, don't you know that like she was asking for the other kind of facial? And they're just like, hey, what's going on? So from my myopic experience, I'm thinking, well, racism in America is gone because I got this beautiful big titty white chick all trying to get me to do that snuffleupagus all up between them shits, right?
And that was.
But then when I saw the reaction,
he really admires
Trayvon Martin being murdered, I thought that I was going to see outrage from everybody in the country. Instead, I saw probably somewhere between 45 out of 100 comments or posts were celebrating. And I'm like, this is not the America I know. And then the more I started digging, I was just like, this is pretty interesting. And then when you saw that 30 million people around the world, the largest single protest anybody's ever known in support of George Floyd, guess what's also trending? Guess what was also trending at the same time the protests were going on? Hashtag the George Floyd challenge. Do you remember that, Dylan?
Yes, I remember it. And once again, I did
Would you
not
like
look
to
at
educate Lutch on what the George Floyd challenge was?
I saw, just like you said, you only watched a little bit of it. I turned away from all of it. I did not want to give that any energy of them acting like they were sitting there talking about I can't breathe with somebody on somebody's neck while they were recording it.
And they were posing, white people were posing on the necks of other white people to do the George Floyd challenge. And the thing is, again, and this is what we see every Friday, like when these things happen, right? We see these things, and we see them because they're directed at us.
Okay.
So one of the things I had to explain to somebody. One second. One thing that I had to explain to somebody why we need men's platforms is because people keep saying that we are not at a disadvantage as society, that we live under a patriarchy and all this garbage, right? But then when the misandry happens, nobody notices it. Why do they not notice that? Because it's not aimed at them. But when you show them the misandry, they still can't see it because there's like this mental block. Like, no, I was told that I was the underdog. Well, let me ask you a question. Name a right that men have in society that women don't. And they cannot name one, but we can name several that we don't have, that they have. But in their minds, they're the underdogs, right? So if it's not aimed at you, it's going to be very difficult for you to see that spectrum of light.
So, and that is a good point. Can you pull up the Xenon's last comment?
You said what?
Can you pull up Xenon's last comment?
Yeah.
saying, I never heard of that about the George Floyd challenge.
Yeah.
I never heard of that either.
But you're looking at the forest, though.
I'm looking what?
But you're not seeing all the trees in that forest.
You said we're in the forest, and maybe we need to fall back. You're looking out of the forest.
But I watched the whole video. I watched the whole trial. I'm certain I dug into this because this was exactly a whole thing.
But what I was talking to you about was the analytics on social media. I got into a huge
argument with my dad after watching the Dave Chappelle 846 special, and he was ready to be up in arms as a typical, Republican, whatever. I got in a screaming match with him that how could you? And remember, this is before body cam footage where we are all operating on that single 9-minute video. And I showed the.
You don't think that's enough, though?
Say again.
That original video, you don't think that just from what you've seen from that original 9-minute video that is not enough? That he got his knee on the back of the neck of a man who's been dead for 5 minutes?
No.
That's not enough.
No.
Okay.
Do you know why? Because of the other information that came out. Was it a horrible thing? Of course. Did the man deserve to die? Hell no. Should Chauvin be in jail? Hell yes. But what we saw in that original video is not an accurate representation of what happened. You don't see him before in the car begging to be let out of the car, begging to do, and the cops trying. The knee on the back was there's no excuse for that. There's no.
I think kneeling on a dead body for 4.5 minutes is all I need to know. He was kneeling on a dead man for 4.5 minutes. That's all I need to know.
Then that's fair, but you are operating on incomplete information, which goes back to my original point of if you care about the reality of the situation, then you need to be watching this stuff so that you understand what it is that you're talking about.
No, because nothing warrants a knee to the neck unless he threatened the cop.
And he was already handcuffed. He was already subdued.
He was already handcuffed.
And he was kneeling on a dead body for 4.5 minutes.
Any color.
Which is why he deserves to be in
see
jail.
4 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes. I'm from the military. We was taught one thing. How to react in situation. There are methods that we was taught in training.
I agree.
And what ain't needed in any situation until your life is threatened is a knee to a person's neck.
I agree with all
what
of
do
that.
I need? What more do I need to see? What more? I don't need to see what happened prior. He was a convict. He was doing this. He might have had a weapon on him. He might have been doing this. He probably spit on a cop. He probably had sex with the cop's wife. All I know is once they had him detained, there was no more purpose that put a knee on his neck for 9 minutes, 8 minutes,
that's all the context I need because he didn't do anything that warranted the death penalty.
If you're not interested in the full facts of the case,
neck.
Then I don't know what to tell you.
There are three.
But I
agree with you that what we saw in that video was horrible. I agree that what we saw in that video was horrible. The fact of the matter that Chauvin did that, the fact that the man died, that is all horrible and never should have happened.
So where's the validation for the knee on
That's it.
That's not it. That's not it.
So where's the knee on the neck? Give me an example.
And gone to jail like he was supposed to for having been caught with illegal drugs. Which, is a whole other conversation.
Great. So what I'm asking is, where is a valid example
of why you would want to be kneeling on a dead body for 4.5 minutes?
Sorry, no. Not for 4.5 minutes. Give me 1 minute, 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Give me an example for a knee on the neck when you already got him in handcuffs.
Right. If he's already handcuffed and prone, tell us what an example, what is acceptable situation.
I've already said that's not acceptable.
But that's what I mean. That is the pertinent fact to the case for me.
You're saying you need more?
There is never a justification for that. So I don't need to know anything else because there's no way, unless there is a situation where you can justify that act. Now I want to know all of the full case. But the thing is, there's nothing that can justify that. Somebody that, a mother going through postpartum depression who murders her children. Does anybody need to know about what she went through before she murdered her kids in the bathtub? No, because she murdered the kids in the bathtub. No, we need to figure out, all the things after the fact to help out the women that are going through postpartum depression. And that is important. But when you're talking about the facts of the case, I don't need to know about how long the kid was crying at 3 o'clock in the morning to know that I'm not with that shit.
Ignorant as fuck. Do you think George Floyd would have died had a not been on the ground?
No.
Why do you think that?
Because of the fact that the knee was on his neck and it made it where he could not breathe.
Exactly. That's not what happened. He died from an overdose.
That's not true.
That's
not even true.
Did you watch the trial? I watched
the trial, and I watched the reasons why.
We saw
when they convicted him of murder, because if he died from the overdose, he would not have been convicted of murder. And then they had the enhancements on top of the murder, and part of that was the fact that the doctors, the doctors that gave expert testimony in the trial, said that with the way that the knee was on the neck, George Floyd could not expand his rib cage. Therefore, he could not breathe. And he told the officer he could not breathe. And what did the officer say to him? Well, you wouldn't be able to talk if you could breathe. And then he died from not being able to breathe. The only thing that they did say that there was drugs in his system. We don't know how much.
Would have. Well, we do know how much because we got that information, and that information is
relevant.
We
don't know how much because we don't know how long ago he took the drugs when he was accosted by the police. So we don't know how much of it worked through his system.
We do. They testified to him taking the fentanyl in the car. This is what I'm saying.
How is he taking fentanyl in the car when he's handcuffed?
Before he was handcuffed, they pulled over. He was in the car for supposedly for a drug deal. And that is not even what the police were called for. They were called because somebody passed a counterfeit $10 bill. And then what happened? What happened after that?
They called the police.
Since you know so much, and I'm just
they called the police. The police brought him outside, and then when they went to go put him in the car, he resisted. They got him in the car. He went in one side. They were struggling with him. He came out on the other side. And then when he made it to the back of the car, they had him laying face down, and then a crowd gathered.
Why was he outside of the car and not inside the car?
Because he was struggling with the police.
Why?
Because of what I actually agree with Jesse on Fire when he says the dude was going through withdrawal and did not want to continue to go through that withdrawal locked up, which is why I just said to you, we don't know how much of it was left in his system because he was already going through withdrawal. So we don't know what was left. We don't know how long. We don't know how long ago he took the drugs. We don't know. But I do know that if you prevent somebody's rib cage from expanding, they're going to die from asphyxiation. Which was the official cause of death.
We all agree that Chauvin was wrong. We all agree that Chauvin is a piece of shit, and we all agree that George.
Right, but you're saying he didn't die of what Chauvin was convicted of.
Right, he did nothing to deserving of death.
No, but you're questioning the cause of death.
Even being arrested.
No, but the thing is, you're questioning the cause of death. I don't understand why you're questioning the cause of death. That's already in the books. That's stamped. That's stamped, sealed, and delivered. He did not die of an overdose
or murder.
I didn't say that. I said he would have because of what was in his system. The amount of drugs that were in his system at the time of arrest would have killed. I guess he was a big dude. Maybe he had a big tolerance.
You don't know that because you got to be outside and see the forest for the trees.
Like, let me ask you a question. If I had terminal cancer and the police shot and killed me, does it mean I died from the cancer because I was going to die from the cancer? Or did I die because of the bullets that just passed through me while I had the cancer?
How is that relevant?
Because you're trying to say he was going to die of overdose anyway. No, his rib cage was clamped to the ground, and they had his knee on his neck, further impeding oxygen reaching his brain.
It had nothing to do with the drugs.
It has nothing to do with the drugs.
Don't disagree with that. How can you say it doesn't have anything to do with the drugs?
Because he's actually serving time right now for murder. If he would have been, if that was used as proper evidence, they would have said, and they like to get cops off in any instance. Do we know that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so
and he couldn't get out of that.
So we know they would have used that one hook in the story right there to say, you know what? He was going to drive overdose. We're going to let this cop off right here. They literally gave a cop a charge of murder. How often
which I don't disagree with.
So we can't say it was the drugs. It wasn't the drugs.
I didn't say that.
No, that's what you said first. That is what you said first.
I said he would have died
How we know?
From an overdose, had he not been in that situation, had he not been pulled out of the car.
But we'll never know that. Like, that's you speculating, because you can't go and then create a new alternate timeline to find out what time he would have died from the drugs that were in the system.
I'm only speculating in the sense that if I were to drink 5 handles of Jack Daniels, that I would die. That's also speculation, but Von Boone, I'm saying that that I'm speculating, but the speculation is not a wild speculation. Someone called an ambulance for what? They should have called an ambulance.
Do you know people who have gotten hooked on fentanyl?
The stream is going in on you, by the way, brother.
No. Do you know people who have gone? Do you know of people who have gotten hooked on opiates like oxys? Right. Me. Okay. Do you not understand that it is quite possible, in fact, quite likely from experience, that you can build up a heavy tolerance to it?
Say again?
Is it reasonable to infer that you can take it for long enough and in increasingly large doses? Because remember, you can't get as high the second time as you got high the first time, and so on and so forth, until you get to a point where you cannot function without it. Otherwise, all your hormone levels drop, and then you feel completely run down, sick, you're vomiting, all that stuff, right? Now, do you think it is possible for you, as a person that has had experience with that you have taken amounts that would have killed you if it was your first time taking it?
Yeah, many
times. And you survived, right?
Yes.
Because it's not a guarantee that you were going to die from that, because look, we're still sitting here talking to you, right? We don't know what would have happened to him, because remember, he had been hooked on opiates for a decade. At least a decade at the time of his death. We don't know what his tolerance was.
Dude, you just I mean, I don't want to be condescending, but you don't know
it's very condescending.
The level of fentanyl that this man had in his body is not something that, yes, the average person, the average non-drug addict would be able to take. So I admit that I am speculating, that I don't remember the exact number. I'm pretty sure it was 6 times the legal dose. Again, don't quote me on that, but it was something along those lines. It was multiple magnitudes of a lethal dose that was taken once he got into the car because they were pulled over.
Wow, Anders gets the takedown. I'm a little surprised by that.
You what?
Anders just got a takedown on Park. I'm actually rooting for Park. Continue.
Me too. I don't know why, but I like him.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what Lutch's point. Lutch's point is that George Floyd was going to die anyway.
No, we have no proof of that.
No,
of the overdose, if not for the knee on his neck.
We have no proof of that.
My point originally, we were talking about situations where, it is specifically about race. So he
stunned him. Oh, and then Park gets stunned. Rock'em Sock'em Robots.
That's what.
And let me just state again, I completely agree with Chauvin being convicted. I completely agree that George Floyd did nothing to deserve his death.
Right.
And arguably,
no, I'm just trying to get with this whole cause of death thing. You believe he was going to die anyway, and I'm like, where are you getting that from?
From the levels of drugs that were in his body, which are Xenon asked why that matters. That's why he was asking to get out of the car, because he was freaking out. And that's what led up to the position where then
my father's blood sugar levels have risen to twice the limit of what would kill a human being. But he's still alive.
Are you asking what my point is or no?
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
So the point is that no matter how wrong Chauvin was, he was 100% wrong. But Chauvin would not have been in the position to be wrong if George Floyd was not freaking out because he was getting arrested and asked to be out of the car and asked to
was that a body shot to the knee, or did he really kick him in the dick?
I didn't see. Let's rewind.
Are you seeing this, Lutch? Because that looked like a knee. That
third look.
Wanda, I don't. Wanda, I don't.
Yeah, that looked legit.
They look legit. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, nobody's.
I haven't been able to say it, so I mean, if you guys care, I'm happy to share. If you don't care, I'm happy to shut up. I mean,
what I'm going to do is
no. We don't want you to shut up. I mean, this is
I'm going to mute my mic.
The different views of society, brother.
Right. Right. I'm going to mute my mic, and I want Lutz to be able to speak unabridged.
You don't know how to not talk.
So the only point that I'm making is that the counterfeit money was a legitimate thing to be arrested for. At that point, he was, everybody was kosher. Everybody's doing what they were supposed to be doing in the, the cops were arresting him. He was in the position to be arrested. That's all great. Then, because he was in the, and I don't disagree. I'm not cheering this motherfucker on. I'm interested in the facts. And so if George Floyd had not ingested the drugs that allegedly he had just bought in that car.
Allegedly. Yeah,
allegedly. I said allegedly. And again,
but you're saying I made
that argument.
I
said he didn't deserve to die, and arguably he didn't deserve to be arrested. I've said those exact things. But that's not what the laws are.
What I'm saying, brother, is what you just said is a double negative. You just said he allegedly brought drugs, but you're saying that is a fact that he died from drugs. So you can't say allegedly he brought drugs, but it's a fact that he was about to die for something that he allegedly brought. So you have to say he allegedly would have died. You can't say this part is factual, but this is fiction.
That is what I'm saying. If he had just got in the car and gotten arrested, he would be alive today. That's the point.
Allegedly.
Yeah. That's my speculation. If he had just got in the car, he would have had a shit night because he would have been withdrawing. But those are, as shitty as the laws are, that I agree with Xenon that he shouldn't be arrested, that you should just get some kind of ticket or whatever. I agree with all of that. I don't think that when he's begging, please let me get out of the car. Please let me out. I can't breathe. And they take him out of the car to help him. I don't think that putting a knee on his back or his neck, both of which were the case, is a reasonable thing to do. I don't think that is the case. That's it. There's nuance to the situation. It's not somebody is a terrible, horrible person and this person deserves to die or doesn't deserve to die. It's a shitty, terrible thing that happened. But when you break down the actual facts of the situation, it is not as insidious as you originally think from the basic cell phone footage. That's my only point. The facts matter. When you understand the full scope of facts of the situation, you can still come down on the same side and say, fuck Chauvin, and that George Floyd should be alive. George Floyd never should have been arrested, and all of that. But that doesn't change the reality of the situation that the man had all of this shit in his system. And that is why he freaked out, which led to him being brought out of the car, which led to this asshole doing terrible things to him. And that's Chauvin's fault for doing terrible things to him. Not George Floyd's fault. But that doesn't change the sequence of events. That's my only point. It's a nuanced thing. It's not just, they were looking out to hunt black people. That's simply not what happened. That's my point.
Okay, well, I'm going to try to make this point. And I'm pretty sure Miss Perkins in the Facebook chat would probably understand what I'm about to say. I know for a fact Dialon is going to understand what I have to say. When we see very similar situations where police interact with the racial majority, we don't hear a lot of this
nuance ain't short, right?
Trying to find all the nuances when the police make sure that the white suspect survives. Like they go out of their way to make sure that they survive. And I think that one of the things that needs to be pointed out here is that regardless of what happens, before the brutality. The brutality is the thing that needs to be focused on, because George Floyd is not here to be able to defend himself or to even answer the questions that you have. Because like you said, there's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of allegedlys. If George Floyd was allowed his due process under the law,
absolutely, then
it didn't matter what he did prior to his interaction with the police. We would have been able to get his side of the story, but Derek Chauvin made sure that we could not do that. So
100% agree. 100%
so
agree.
Remember that police are called to scenes because people do stuff that may or may not be lawful. That is part and parcel of living in a society. So that part is moot simply because it is something that normally happens in the course of any police officer's day. Interacting with the public, I think they interact with the public more than 10 million times a year in this country. Now, when you're talking about what happened once the police are on the scene, we are supposed to hold representatives of our government, a government that you admittedly would rather it be very, very small. You want to see them interact with people as the least amount as possible. And as somebody who loves drugs as much as you do, I think that you would love to see people not get accosted
Absolutely.
over something like that.
100%.
So all the other things that you said are entered into evidence, but even the judge, in a situation where a black man was killed by a white law enforcement officer, he bumped up the penalty for Mr. Chauvin because of 4 aggravating facts that the judge thought was well outside of the sentencing recommendations for the crime that he was found guilty of. Because no matter what the situation was prior to interacting with Mr. Floyd or prior to when his knee ended up on his neck, it is an act that was it is the epitome of depraved indifference.
Agreed.
And that is the story here, because police officers are always going to deal with people who, do you know how many times you've passed a counterfeit bill, which is why people don't get arrested for it? There is a reason why counterfeit bills make it into circulation and why it's profitable, because it can be passed off as real. So people actually can go to a check cashing place and get a counterfeit bill when they cash their check. So the counterfeit bill doesn't really mean a lot to me.
Wait, so just to be clear, are you saying things that you think I don't agree with? Or are you?
No. I'm just giving my synopsis of the situation. You've given yours. I'm going to give my synopsis.
Yep.
So for me, I don't care about any one of those bills. I would report it to the Postal Service, and that is the most that I would do in that situation. If he is struggling in the car, okay, I get that you're going to need to find a way to wrangle him. That is cool. But there are different ways to do it when you have 4 officers on the scene. You do not need to use your knee on the back of somebody's neck in order to subdue them when they're already cuffed. And when the guy had already given up. Like if you look at the progression of the situation from minute 3 to minute 4 to minute 6, at some point, he had already given it up. He had already gone docile. But while he was still alive, he says, I can't breathe. And then it escalates to, okay, now I'm going to start talking to my mom because I'm about to meet her. Like he felt his life force leaving his body.
What about mom? Say that again?
George Floyd called out to his dead mother right. Before he died. Mm-hmm. So he knew he was dying. The woman from the fire department knew he was dying. The mixed martial arts veteran knew he was dying. The 17-year-old girl taking the camera. Everybody that was around the cops are like, this guy needs medical attention. One offered to give him medical attention. Chauvin decided, until this man stops breathing, I am not moving. It is that depraved, disgusting position from his position is why he ended up there. Fuck the drugs, fuck the counterfeit bill. That shit is everyday shit. I probably passed a counterfeit bill sometime in the last 2 hours on this stream, right? I don't care about any of those things. If George Floyd had killed another police officer beforehand, I can accept that as something that you would consider when you look at what Chauvin did afterwards. But he did not injure any police officers.
I don't either.
The only person that got hurt was him. So for me, when you ask me, well, don't you need all the facts? Well, was the officer kneeling on a dead man for 4.5 minutes? Because that's the part that gets me. Like, for me, if you are trying to subdue a man whose spirit has already left his body, that's all I need to know about you and your guilt. Because George Floyd is not on trial. He never got his day in court. And that is something that every American is supposed to be guaranteed under the Constitution, the same Constitution that says that black people are only 60% human.
3/5 of man.
I mean, 100% agree with
so that's the way that I read it. That's why I tell you, I don't need to know anything more than he was kneeling on a dead man for 4.5 minutes. That's why I don't need any more. Now, if he killed a police officer, it would be different. If he killed a child, it would be different. If he was holding up people with a gun, or maybe if he went to a parking lot of a grocery store and then tried to shoot up as many white people as he could and kill 9 of them and 1 black person, at that point, I want to know all the facts. But since I know all the facts, and I know that he didn't harm anyone but himself.
You admitted you don't know all the facts. You didn't watch the body cam footage.
No. I know all the facts of the following trial. But what I'm saying is that I don't need to know anything else unless he went to a grocery store and shot up 9 white people and 1 black person, or killed a child, or killed another police officer. But we all know that's not what happened. So for me, if somebody is intent on kneeling on somebody's dead body, I take special exception to that. Now, if he would have died in the hospital later, now you and I can have this conversation. But Derek Chauvin removed all the doubt with his actions after the man died. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Yes, I have the whole time, and everything you've said, I've agreed with.
Right. But you asked me why I didn't need any more information prior to what happened from the 9-minute video, because that's how we got here. You said, why don't you need to know more than just a 9-minute video? Because the 9-minute video shows all the pertinent facts.
So stepping back, having this conversation, does this say anything to the point that we were making before about wanting information in an individual person, not on larger, and wanting the information, not having to do with any racial fetish, violence fetish, but wanting to know the truth of the matter? Is there any weight to the fact that there is some percentage? Again, as Dylan said, we don't know what percentage, but there is a significant percentage of people who are looking for the information for the fact of the information, while there's also a different percentage of people who are looking and like, "Ooh, a black man died. Let's get this."
Well, do you know why? Do you know why I counter that?
Wait. That was
because you could have gotten the information without the footage.
That was a direct question. Do we agree that both of those groups exist?
Yes. Which groups?
The people who are looking for information because they want to know the truth, and the people who are looking for the information because they want to see, "Ooh, a black man died."
Oh, entertainment. Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Both groups exist.
Yes,
and I've been saying that the entire time.
But what I'm trying to say to you, because we black people have watched this happen over the decades, situation after situation after situation. If we wanted to go back to Reginald Denny, Rodney King, did you know that Rodney King was charged with 30-something counts of assault on a police officer?
Yep.
No, he didn't.
Rodney King was charged with more than 30 counts of assault on a police officer.
Do you know on the Trayvon Martin trial, they put Trayvon Martin on the stand as the actual perpetrator instead
they
of the
put
victim.
it was a trial. It was Trayvon Martin's trial, and he was the murder victim, and that's what we're tired of. Do you see
Trayvon
why we
Martin,
don't like that?
and
Look at all the other things that George
Trayvon
Floyd
Martin
did.
was
We're
accused
tired of hearing
assault.
that.
And that's how Zimmerman got off, because of the Defend Your Ground law.
Yeah, they put Trayvon Martin on trial.
Now, how did you put the person who was actually defending himself as the actual perpetrator of the person who actually attacked him, and the person that attacked him had the opportunity to say, wait, I was standing my ground, when Trayvon Martin was actually the person standing
his ground. The police dispatcher told George Zimmerman, do not approach him.
I'm saying these are the instances that we see, that we use to make a determined factor of what we know as a true thing. That these are actual things that exist race-wise, that there are a group of people that actually find joy in the disdain and the harm of people of color.
Black people. And the thing is, I didn't even know it was a thing until Trayvon Martin, and I've been black almost 40 years.
No, I know, and again, I agree, and I've been on that.
But do you not see how it affects our view of these situations?
Yes,
how we interpret these situations?
That's exactly my point, though. That's exactly my point, though. That maybe, you see all of these terrible things happening, right? And then there's one thing that looks like it's terrible. I'm not saying George Floyd. I'm just saying hypothetically. There looks like this situation that looks like it fits in with the rest, but then you learn more information, and it actually is a little bit muddier and nuanced than you think. But because you are not willing to find the information because you already know, then you don't know, and you lump this in. And then when I come in, and again, not talking about George Floyd, when I come in and say, well, actually, the facts of this particular case were X, Y, and Z, and it isn't about racism, then I become the racist because of, oh, you're just trying to deny black people's experience and da-da-da-da, which is not at all the case.
But what you actually said was facts. Was it actually the facts, which makes you?
Yeah, you were factually wrong on the George Floyd situation.
You would be able to say that was facts if
it was actually facts.
If it was actually facts, if the actual officer got off and they said, okay, this is why he died, because of drugs.
Right. Then we would have to concede to you.
Then we would have to concede.
Again, that's speculation. Yeah. I didn't say that I know that for sure.
So, but
we're tired of the argument being framed where the victim, when it's black, is always on trial. Mm-hmm. We always need to make sure that he's squeaky clean.
And the thing is, this is how they use media to influence. You become the influence of a media outlet.
I agree with all of that.
Listen,
I agree with
brother.
all of that.
Yeah. Hold on.
Listen, brother. You became the influence of a media outlet, because what they did was, since you're talking about the facts, strike away the fact that you knew he was on drugs, because you didn't know he was on drugs until after the media outlet, the white control created media outlet. Okay, so the only thing that was trending at that time was a policeman had his knee on another man's neck. So it doesn't matter that he was a drug addict. It doesn't matter that he had probably just used anything, because even if we don't even have the opportunity, as you say, to see drugs killed him, because this cop put his knee on his neck, which is what killed him. And I don't care what he might have done, just like Dr. Evil said, if he might have would have shot a cop, I don't even give it that, because we got all these other people shooting people around here, and they get their chance with the legal system. So I don't even give it that. Okay.
Fair enough.
Just talked about the young man out there who went out there and shot people. His mom took him out there, and he was able to kill people and actually go walk up to the cops and say, hey, I killed a couple of people. You know what they did?
And they didn't react to him at all.
There's actual footage online about those same police taking this young man to a bar and toasting and giving him an honorary salute toast at a bar.
You ain't gonna tell me about fucking cops. I'm
he's not a pro-cop guy.
What I'm saying is we have all these things to show as proof as how we get treated. Then people tell us that we're supposed to fall back and see it differently when we're the victims.
Yeah, and the thing is, we know what we get told by the racial majority because they're the ones telling it to us.
Telling the
constantly.
abuser in an abusive relationship in a household who gets slapped around, who gets beaten, who gets abused, who gets punched, who gets molested, and then say, well, you might have to look at it a different way.
Well, they tell that to men. They tell that to men when we're the victims.
But you know, brother, I appreciate the opportunity of allowing me to be on this platform. I do got some other things that I'm obligated to do. I appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, can you just tell everybody more about the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen and everything else that you got going on?
Okay, so once again, my platform is Yale Radiocast, YALE Radiocast.com. The show is The Male Review. One of the shows is The Male Review. We also have another portal, RTV, that is our televised portal, which is on Roku and Fire Stick. We have over 3 million views in a year, a little bit over a year on that platform as well. What we do is we are actually not necessarily a podcasted platform. We are a multimedia outlet. So we do everything from promotional things to community events. We have a community walk coming up here in Atlanta on the 18th of June. That's following up from the anti-violence event that we just did at Welcome All Park. There's going to be a lot of city politicians there, a lot of councilmen. It's going to be the police department there and the fire department there. We are actually trying to create a bond, a bridge between the community and the legal system and the political system, and between Black people and white people and all people of color. That's a goal of mine. That's a goal of the people that's around me. My motto: congregate with like-minded people. Appreciate it. Thanks for the opportunity, gentlemen.
Well, it's a real treat to have you here. I also like the fact that we had Lutch here to be part of the conversation as well. Because Lutch has a way of processing information and expressing himself that I think is very valuable to this platform. And so to see that the two of you could have some interaction, I'm pretty sure this will not be the last time.
Right. Everything doesn't have to be an argument or a headbutt. You know what I'm saying? That's why these conversations are meant for everybody to see. He said, well, who's all right? Well, my brother TR, I said his phrase, well, if everybody's right, then who's wrong? These conversations are needed. And I'm not going to say even Lutch is wrong in the way he believes it. It's another side to it that you got to look at it. You do have to look at things from all angles. So I that's why I do agree with him in some of the things that he said.
And I do appreciate you guys hearing me out. I understand that, I'm maybe not the most articulate in this particular area, and I may be more naive than I think, but I appreciate that I feel comfortable enough to be on this platform and express those things, because I know that you guys know that I'm not coming from a bad place, that I'm trying to learn.
Right.
And
absolutely.
We need more of that. So
thank you. I mean, look at the people that you've had on your podcast, like Darshan. Yo, we got to link Darshan McAway. I wish he was here, because he would add I would love to see Dylan talk to Darshan.
I'm a nicer guy these days, brother. Marriage has calmed me down.
Because the two of them would have a field day. Occasionally you will find me contributing to the Male Review. I'm in the minor leagues. I'm in the League of Ordinary Gentlemen. I'm trying to make it. I'm trying to
I've
make
already
it.
subscribed. So you should too.
I'm trying to make it to extraordinary.
So just following up with that, we do go by the leg, which is the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. We have a goal to actually connect men who are doing extraordinary things within the community. And it doesn't have to necessarily be community work. You could just be a great guy with great knowledge of something, and you could teach the next guy. So we're trying to create a huge platform of brothers that are doing great things, because the narrative is men ain't shit.
Yep.
That's the overall narrative.
Yep.
Men ain't shit. I got a goal to kill that. I mean, we might not be ain't shit, but that don't mean just because we ain't shit that we ain't trying.
Right. And that's the legacy of Kevin Samuels. It is, we need to control our public image as black men, as men in general. And this is one of the reasons why I love, I've gotten a lot of inspiration from you, Dylan.
Yes,
and
well,
I mean, you had a wonderful guest on earlier today, you know, talking about some of his struggles coming up playing football.
Yes, Travis Barber.
Yeah, Travis Barber, you know, talking about trying to make it as a football player and then getting into some other stuff and coming out on the other side to create value for his community. So that is the latest episode. When will that be up?
That is actually up now. There's some minor edits that I will do in the stream. But it is up on the YouTube platform, on the Facebook platform, and on the Twitch platform. Everything Yale Radiocast. Just Google Yale Radiocast, Google Yale Entertainment, Google, and you will see everything that we have to deliver. All entertainment. It's multiple shows under the platform. The Male Review just so happens to be the flagship show. We have another show called Pimp Talk, which is hosted by Pimpin' Slim, who is an artist, and his co-host, which is Young Be the Truth. Outstanding artist. So don't let the name fool you, because once you tune in, you're going to see the other side of the conversation. We have Divine Timing with Sage Marie Blue, and we got some other shows coming on the platform as well. We're trying to give the best content. Everybody needs to hear some form of positivity, some form of spirituality, some form of any kind of thing that somebody may have to deliver for your growth. So once again, I appreciate it, brother.
YaleRadiocast.com. Right there.
Thank you, man. Thank you, Jim.
I've already subscribed. You guys should too. Darlin, I want to again thank you for hearing me out. I know, like I said, that we're it could be a little dicey, but we had a good conversation, and I appreciate that.
Yeah. Yo, Dylan, I'll catch you on the flip side.
Put everything, if y'all don't mind, after the fact in the Facebook link, so I can follow you on everything as well. So on the Facebook link, if you don't mind, whatever, just put all of your stuff so I can follow you, bro.
Yep. Yeah, I'll find a way to get all that information. I'll try to put it in the description of this of this stream here on YouTube. So go find us on YouTube if you guys haven't done so already. The Mrs. Evil. She created the link www.bit.ly/TALKIN_SHT. So yeah, we'll make sure that everybody gets linked up together so that we can do this on the Male Review or iDrive Live or wherever we need to have the conversation.
Before you run, Dylan, I want to just throw it out there. I'm trying to put together a panel for people talking about what should be the role of police in society. If that is something that I'm trying to do this, and it's been very difficult to get people who are willing to talk about it. So if you're interested,
because I can't handle that discussion.
Well, let me give you insight on one of our brothers that's in the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. He goes by the name of Billy D, and his company is called Accountable Youth, which is a mentorship program that leads the youth to connection and conversation with the police department. It's based out of North Carolina, and they're branched out into actually Atlanta as well. So that is their goal, to actually have a bridge between the police department and the youth to know how we can connect and communicate better. So you could go to AccountableYouth.com, if I'm correct. I will put that in there just to make sure. And I will try to
text me all the information so I can get it right in the description.
And I will get Brother Billy D on the platform if he has time as well. And I got brothers from the military who are now in the police department. I come from a background of that as well in some sorts. So yes, we'll help you out with that, man. No problem at all.
Because people forget, most black people are socially conservative. So when it comes to law and order, black people are not, like, oh, F the police because we don't want order. No, it's because we don't trust the police.
Look, I said, I am a snitch. I'm calling them. I'm calling. I got the judge on speed dial. Look.
We're talking shit now.
He got on a black hoodie.
Yeah, we're missing this dime piece right now.
Air Forces going up. Sin like a motherfucker. That's me.
Yo, text me all the information so I can get it to Lutch and some back channels, and so that other people can watch as well. Thank you so much, Dylan.
All right, Jim. No problem. Thank you. I'll be getting with y'all brothers.
All right.
All right, brother. Good to meet you.
Well, and then there were two.
Well, so we are missing a dime piece fight right now.
Oh, I was going to ask you about your opinion of Vieira.
I fucking love her, but
we're going to go from talking about like social justice to which one of these fighters is hotter.
That olive skin. Oof. It looks like a white girl, but look how dark she is. That's fucking.
No, I think one is a Brazilian, and
yeah, that's Poliana. I'm saying the black in the black.
I think they're both Brazilian, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh. So is she Hichi? Tabitha Hichi?
Richie?
Tabitha is not a. No way.
Yeah, check out where she's from right quick. But I think Vieira, I think that she is from. I think she's from Brazil.
She is from.
Wow, Bon Boone is a savage. Wow.
What am I missing?
Wow. Yeah, there have been a lot of changes. But the thing is that, you know, the powers that be that wanted to see the black community destroyed, they tried to do it from the outside and failed. And then they realized, hey, if you can get them to hate each other, then you can get rid of the community. And that has been much more successful. So we're looking to see what we can do, each one of us, what we can do to try to undo some of that damage, to bring black people back together, bring black women and black men back to at least a place where there is, you know, some where it's civil, where the interactions between black men and black women are civil, and that is going to necessitate both men and women taking responsibilities for their parts in what has separated us. And once you know we can get to a place where personal accountability is the preferred mode of operation, then we can get some stuff done. No, I mean, we definitely don't want Lutch to feel like he's being singled out. That's why I wanted everybody to shut the fuck up and let Lutch talk.
Appreciate you,
you know. But what we're trying to help Lutch to understand is that there is an experience in this country that he's just not privy to because it's not aimed at him. And there's a lot of collateral damage all around. In fact, I've been saying this for a long time, and Lutch can give you his thoughts on this. But the concept of white supremacy is not necessarily something to disadvantage black people. Is to enslave white people. It is a means to try to control and manipulate white people, not black people. And do black people suffer at the hands of the ideology? Absolutely. But the ideology is not really about harming black people as much as it is stealing resources from white people and then letting them be happy about it. So I think it's definitely more complicated than people actually think that it is. And I think that is super important.
Got a piss.
You got to walk a dog?
Yeah, take a piss first in my actual bathroom instead of peeing in a cup so I don't fucking miss the stream.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Those in power benefit a lot if black people and white people hate each other, and that's true. But the most insidious part of that is when white people are basically having their resources pilfered, by the rich people in power, and being made, their resources are being stolen by white people at the top of the corporations, but it's the people at the top that are pointing at black people and Hispanic people as the reason for white people losing their position in the country when it's not, that's not the case, so I think that it is important for people to understand what the real issue is, because if black people and white people became united, that is really, really bad for those that are at the top. That's really bad for them. So you'll see that I will tell you what the black experience is like. I have no problem telling you that. But when it comes to like the concept of white guilt or blaming regular everyday middle class or working class poor people for problems, nah, I'm not with that. No. We don't do that here. But we will tell the truth of the black experience. That we will do.
Yeah, and that's why I want to bring this stuff up to you directly, because it's I'm in like a I don't we were talking the other day about like the get out of the street. We were talking the other day about like,
how am I supposed to pick a fighter if they're both pretty?
You were right about Tabitha being Brazilian, by the way.
Okay.
But yeah, like I am a minority. I am a person of color, but I don't have like a community like that. So it's always just been about me.
Ooh,
and
nice takedown.
How I personally view situations and how I choose to interpret what has happened to me. And I found it for me that it doesn't make sense to try to make myself a victim. And whether or not I am a victim, I'm a person who can deal with that victimization and come out on top of it. And that's just that's just my experience. So
let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question, because that's a good point you make. Do you think it would make a difference if you were having discussions about your life in society, but people are constantly telling you that you're the perpetrator when you're the ones that are being victimized more than everyone else? Would that change your perception of that?
Notice how that conversation went, where I was wrong the whole time. That's literally everything. Everything I have an opinion on. That's how that goes.
No. I'm talking about when you are a victim, or people that look like you are a victim and they make you the perpetrator. Like somebody that looks like you is killed for no good reason, right? Mm-hmm. But when the person that looks like you is killed, they try to find every reason why they deserve to die, when everybody else that you live around, they show sympathy and empathy for the victim. But the victims that look like you, they try to dig into their past to try to find out why that should have happened to them.
Again, I don't interpret things in that lens. Like if an Indian guy does this, that, or the other, I don't, unless he's specifically saying, have a good night. Unless he's specifically saying it's because he's Indian and there's this, that, the other about these people, those people. That's simply not how. That's simply not how I interpret situations. And maybe that's a privilege of not being a part of.
But is it a real privilege though, or is it just?
I'm saying I don't know.
Maybe that's fair. That should be for everybody. But there's one group of people that fairness is not applied to. So it's not a special privilege. It's not something that you get because you bought it or you're richer or you did, it's not unfair that you get to have that perspective. It's unfair that I don't get to have that perspective.
Let me pop back in.
You gonna pop in? Okay. Yeah.
So you what's the perspective?
That's why I don't like the term white privilege, because that assumes that white people get something above and beyond what they should get, when what they get should be par for the course for everybody. It's not a privilege to get what is supposed to be a default. It's just a default, right? So when you call it a privilege, I think it's unfair to you, but it's also unfair to other people that don't get to see things the way that you see them. Like when you hear pull yourself up by your bootstraps, I think he's frozen again. God damn it. He's frozen. But anyway, talking to you, the viewer,
Good.
when you hear people talk, pull yourselves up by your bootstraps, it does sound like a great, inspirational slogan. And for most people, it is and it should be. However, that slogan has been used for certain people to gaslight them into thinking that that they're losing the game because of something they're not doing, instead of looking at it and like the game is actually rigged against certain people in this country. And so to gaslight them like, nah, it's not, the shit that you're experiencing is not real. It's hard to even get to have the real conversation you want to have when somebody's gaslighting you constantly, telling you that what you're going through is not what you're going through. So I can't even get to the point where you are because people aren't even having the conversation in good faith. And the thing is, like, I feel you, Bon Boone. I don't think that compassion is something that we can reasonably expect from society, but it's got to start somewhere, and this is the fucking platform for it.
You want to see.
This is the platform for it. Bon Boone, you're here, right? So you're part of it.
Yep.
Every day you show up to our stream and we have fun, and you're willing to have, not fun discussions, and you're willing to hear something else. We are creating this. It's going to be slow, and it's okay. It's okay that it's slow, only that it progresses. So the reason why we keep Lutch here, because I know Lutch might have triggered some people, right? But the thing is, we need to let Lutch talk, and we need to allow Lutch to listen. And that's us. That's the microwave. That's the microwave. Every time my microwave goes off, Lutch is like, bomb shelter, the British are coming. Oh my God. See this mic, I'm telling you, mic, man. So the thing is, Bon Boone, you're part of the change. Lutch is giving pushback because he's really trying to understand, which is why we have the conversations with him. The thing is that it is very tiring. I think one of you mentioned how it seemed like Dylan was emotional. I guarantee you he wasn't. I've known Dylan a long time. That's not him emotional. Dylan and Black people at large, like, we understand the importance of educating people on what the Black experience is, but that shit is exhausting.
Hit him up.
Because we got to live through it. We got to witness people like us going through what they go through. And then we got to have people tell us that what we're going through is not what we're going through. And then people are like, oh, well, I want to listen. And it's like, I'm already exhausted.
Yeah, it's tough. It's not, I definitely, I don't get mad at, but like, it's frustrating. I mean, Evil, you see me in the group chat. It's fucking frustrating. I get mad because not just the fact that I want, to have content for my channel, but I care about having these conversations. And, we were supposed to do the stream with me, Ryan, and this new guy, James, that I hit up randomly based on one of his tweets, add him to the group. He was, a part of it. He said he was down. And then me and Ryan were waiting for him. And then he just ghosted. And luckily, Ryan was smart enough to be like, hey, we're both atheists. Why don't we continue the atheist conversation? I was like, you're a fucking genius. And so now we still have the cop conversation to have. But, I mean, it's not just for content. I want to figure these things out. I want to, have these, because I know I'm not the only one that thinks the way that I do. And I know you're not the only one that thinks the way that you do. But most people are scared to express that because you can get canceled and you can do that, you can do that. And I'm in a position where, I'm not gonna get fired for anything that I say. I mean, maybe
because the dogs don't care.
Well, I mean, maybe some anti-Semitic stuff might get me there.
The dogs might hear it. The dogs might bite you for it.
Not the dogs, but Big Boss.
Right.
yeah, he's not going to just fire me. And then I have other skills that I do other stuff too. Like if I did get fired, I would just go get another job at a restaurant until I got a better job again. So I'm not in a position, and I don't have a family to support or anything. So I'm not in a position where I need to worry about things like that. And when I see the importance of having these conversations and the lack of instances where this stuff is actually talked about and dug into beyond the talking point, the superficial talking points, it's like if nobody else is gonna, everything that you watch and like started from somebody being like, well, if nobody else is gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. And that's what I'm doing. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
We're having those conversations. And are we going to be super famous and be, thought leaders of our generations? Probably not. But that's not the goal. The goal is to start the conversation so that we put the thoughts out there and change the zeitgeist.
Right.
Maybe even that is ideal.
Mon Boone, you have a fair criticism here.
Like the conversation.
I think one of the things you need to understand, because counter to Bon Boone's appearance, Bon Boone is not black. I don't know why he uses that avatar, but he's not black.
That's
racist. He's from Europe, and I think one of the things you got to understand, Bon Boone, is when you see these kinds of situations, and you see two black men who see another colored person that cannot understand what we go through. It is
Pollyanna or Tabitha.
Well, I would say the taller one is prettier, so that's probably why she lost. But I think that I think that the you might have sensed some emotion there, but it's because we have a dog in the fight. Because if I'm killed by police, I want everybody to know I was not suicidal. I was not on drugs. I don't do drugs. I don't even touch them. I've always been very anti-drug. And so, the fact that there are black people out there that feel the need to publicly state, I'm not suicidal. I'm not violent. I don't hate the police. I don't do drugs. I'm anti-drug, right? I have to state all of these things because somebody is going to be looking for every reason why I deserve to die. But we would not be seeing people look for all of those excuses if I look like something or somebody else. And so this is an experience that is unique to blackness that should not be anybody's experience. We don't, as black people, we don't want,
Yes, you were. You were against me.
Yeah. Like nobody's against anybody, right? Like, but I just think that it's important for people to understand that the black experience is that abnormal in society. It is that abnormal. And the vast majority of black people are not the authors of their own pain. Like I used to think when I was 9 years old, I used to think that black people were the cause of all the problems of other black people. And that's just simply not the case. It's definitely more complicated than that. And I think that if people listened with compassion, I think that there's a lot that we can change for everybody. And again, that boy that shot all those people in Buffalo, he put the gun to his own head. He was ready to go. So the thing is, that guy was feeling a kind of despair that nobody should ever feel. So again, this is one of the reasons why I don't like the term white privilege.
I wanted to dig into that because I absolutely think like white privilege is definitely a thing. So what is it about? Is it the term that
it's a misnomer?
How so?
Because privilege has the connotation that white people are getting more than they deserve, and that is not true.
I don't think that's perhaps
what it is supposed to be is it is supposed to be default for everybody.
And I agree, but that's the point: is that the white people get that default, and non-white people don't get that default, and that's a privilege that white people experience.
I don't believe that. I believe in pretty privilege, where a pretty woman is going to get free stuff she didn't earn.
I believe in tall privilege. Fuck.
No, that's actually true too.
I know
that's actually true.
But here's the
the white privilege is not true. Because it is not a privilege that they're getting. They're not getting anything above and beyond. They're just simply allowed to exist in society.
They are getting more because of the color of their skin. Whether it's what they are already owed or what not, that's semantics. The fact is,
I think that's a clear delineation that matters.
Are you familiar with Jamie Kilstein?
Familiar with who?
Jamie Kilstein.
That is a funny ass name. If I knew who that was, I would never forget that.
He's some guy who used to be a super social justice warrior, and then he said like one thing wrong, and then he got canceled.
Does he have another name?
Not that I know of.
Because I remember that there was this guy Destiny that.
No, that's not Destiny.
Okay. But, Louis Rossman canceled his Twitch channel off of him getting kicked off of Twitch. Yep.
Wait,
Louis Rossman did that live.
Canceled?
Huh?
Louis Rossman got Destiny canceled?
No, Louis Rossman canceled his own Twitch account in solidarity with Destiny.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because he didn't like how Destiny was treated. Yeah, so he deleted his own Twitch channel in protest.
That's what I'm actually thinking. Just as a side note, I do have a point to make. But as a side note, I didn't realize how far left that Twitch tends to be compared to like YouTube or whatever. They all have a left leaning, but you know, when Destiny, the resident lefty, is getting canceled for being too far right, I might actually be able to make a living on there. But anyway, so this guy Jamie Kilstein was on Tim Pool's show. And he's still liberal. But he's no longer like the social justice warrior type dude. Then his way of explaining it, which I really appreciated, was that white privilege doesn't mean that if you're white, you don't have anything wrong with your life and that you haven't gone through this, that, or the other. But what it means is that the issues in your life are likely not due to the color of your skin. And that in itself is a privilege.
So that's a black disadvantage, not a white advantage.
Again, semantics.
Now, no, it's not. And here's why. Would you say if you were running on the racetrack, if you were a sprinter, because I was a sprinter, right? Right? Do you understand the concept of official versus wind aided?
Was that versus what?
Wind aided.
Kind of.
So okay. So when you run track and field, right? Mm-hmm. There are different conditions that may impede your ability to run a certain speed. So, you can have a slippery track, which they try to dry, but mostly they're talking about wind. So if I am running a 200 meter and the wind is going in my direction, they're not going to call that an official time because I got extra help from the wind because the wind was going in the same direction I was running, right? Now, if the wind was coming and hitting me in the face, it would be an obstacle for me running my fastest.
Okay.
Right? But on the track itself, there are no obstacles on the track.
Right.
So if there's no wind and there are no obstacles, then it's just me running on the flat track. Right? White people in this country, and we're talking about most white people. We're not talking about upper middle class. We're not talking about upper class, the affluent. We're not talking about the rich people. We're just talking about regular white people. There's no wind at their back. And they're not being given better shoes to run in. They're just allowed to run on the track without the wind blowing in their face or any added stuff on the track, right? When black people run the race, there are extra obstacles and super harsh wind that is blowing in their face. So it's not that the white people are being given wind at their back to help them run faster. They're just being allowed to just exist in just a regular way. They're not getting anything beyond what a regular citizen should get out of their society. The problem is if there are special obstacles put on the track when black people are on there. It doesn't mean that white people are getting shit that they don't deserve. It doesn't mean that they're getting extra help. They're just not getting extra obstacles. I mean, now, if you want to talk about the Full House chick, right, who was trying to get her daughter into what was it, UCLA or USC? I think it was USC, right? Mm-hmm. And then they created like this fake athletic profile for her daughter that she was like in some sport that she didn't even know what it was, to get her into a school she was not qualified to get into. That's privilege, because that's something that they are getting that they are not entitled to, that they did not earn, because of something that has nothing to do with nothing, which is how much money you have. That's privilege. But just saying that you're a regular everyday white person that's going to work, working 80 hours a week, can barely pay their bills, and they're being told that they've got all these massive advantages and they look around and can't see them. You can't reach those people. You can't actually have a conversation with those people because you're now gaslighting them in the same way that I said before when you're talking about the black experience and people are telling you that you're not a victim, and you look at it and you're like, how am I not a victim here? Like in all other situations with the same exact bundle of facts, you would say that the victim is the victim, but you're looking to see where you can criminalize me under the same circumstances. So it's the same type of gaslighting that makes it difficult for people to even have the conversation. That's why I say we need to actually listen to black people when they talk, and we need to listen to white people when they talk. Because when white people are like, what privilege? They're not out of their mind, because most white people are broke as fuck and are being robbed by corporations the same as everybody else. So you can't even get them to have the conversation if they're constantly searching around for this privilege. And it's like, where's the extra help that society says I'm getting?
We got some white on black violence going on.
It's important. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's important.
No, I agree. I think, maybe I'm just not. As somebody
yes, Xenon made the case.
Yeah, I think, and that's definitely something that, as someone who talks a lot about semantic obfuscation, that white privilege versus black disadvantage, that would be whoa.
Oh, this is a nice.
Whoa. Is that a Darce?
It looks like a Darce.
I can't tell the difference between a Darce and an anaconda.
Yeah. No, all right. Oh, he grabbed the fence. Don't grab the fence.
Grab the fence. What's your time?
42. 41, 40.
God damn it. You're like.
But Bon Boon, it is unfair, because nobody should be looked at differently because of their skin color, period. You're not getting anything extra. You're just being treated fairly, and that's all we want as black people. We don't want black people. We don't want white people brought down. We just want to be treated the same way everybody else is treated.
Yeah. So it is. I mean, it is somewhat a semantic argument that we're having, because we are expressing the same idea. But I if we are to get into semantics, I do agree with you that it's not so much of a white privilege as it is a colored disadvantage. Right. But at this point, that's an argument that should have been popularized 7 years ago.
But you know what? You know what? People are now talking about black supremacy as if that's a thing, and I think that this term of white privilege. You want to draw us down. You want us to go down. So now they can make themselves a victim. You see how they kind of, oh, look, you want our privileges to be taken away when it's just fair treatment. Oh, you just want us to be. And now we got to hear that obfuscation.
Well,
with black supremacy. Who the fuck is talking about black supremacy?
Yeah, to your point, that is a valid argument. If you were talking about privilege, then nobody should be afforded privileges that aren't given to others. So to your exact point, if we are to go with the terminology white privilege, then there is the argument, I think it was Xenon said that white people should be brought down, which is obviously not the sentiment. Again, and maybe it is the sentiment. Maybe that's what these white liberal women who are reading their
I do hear this, Bon Boon, and we normally we don't we're just no. Just no. The answer is no. That's all I got for you on that one, Bon Boon. The answer is no.
That's not how all black people think?
That is not how most black people think. A lot of times, you know what? There is a small contingent of black people that are now talking about segregation as because they're like, but the thing is, we've had segregated towns, and then the white people just go there and burn down the town. So segregation is, people. There are some black people, and a growing number of black people that think that, white people living in their part of the country and black people living in their part of the country is going to solve the problem. But we've already seen that in the past. That's not how it works.
That's silly because black people are not a monolith and white people are not a monolith. If you were to talk about that, the national divorce on ideological lines, that makes a lot more sense because there's a lot of socialist, commie people who are white and those who are
what the fuck just happened? What the fuck just happened?
I gotta. How is he reacting? Does he feel like
I gotta see this again?
Yeah, that's it.
What?
A little bit of an early stoppage.
What's that? Todorovic is a really good fighter. Let's just put that out there. Like elbow. Boom!
Bang! That's how far behind I am.
I've never seen a single elbow in the clinch.
Yes, you have.
Oh my God!
That's Matt Brown's signature. Remember Matt Brown and Diego Sanchez?
No, I'm not familiar.
Oh, it was just like that, but it was worse. He crumpled the motherfucker. What?
Because normally you don't have enough space to generate the force needed to put somebody out with an elbow like that.
I love these shots. I love the fucking
yeah. At least we know that our streams are now synced up.
I just hit live 5 times in a row. So.
Oh, Bon Boon is still traumatized by
all right.
Not my unison as far as
all right.
Xenon, I don't think this works either. I don't think that it works.
Why?
Because I think that it's easier to look at the other people as an enemy the more you separate.
I don't disagree, but let's. I want to back up. Back up because
you want to talk about Bon Boon's PTSD.
No. I don't give a shit about that. Segregation by ideological lines makes a lot of sense. It is what makes peace. So we need to define what exactly we're talking about. We're not talking about if you identify this, you have to go over there. If you identify this, you have to go over there.
That's a good point.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the free movement of people to decide to be around those who are ideologically aligned with them. That is the type of thing that I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think that creates more enmity, not less.
I disagree because people are different, and forcing a shared identity among people who don't share that identity is not going to end well.
You don't have to force the identity.
But
you just need to know that other people are different, and it's okay to be different, and that's it.
But I don't think that's too nuanced for a national message.
Yeah, and the thing is there. So the reason why I think you make a good point, but on the same side, that point kind of burns your own point, is because you have one of the things that I was surprised by when the Roe v. Wade thing came out a month ago, is that there were a bunch of people that were protesting prenatal termination, and they were liberals against prenatal termination. But then there were also conservatives that were pro prenatal termination. And I didn't even know that either one of these factions existed. You had pro-life activists on the liberal side, mm-hmm. and you had pro-choice people on the conservative side. And what it tells me is that human beings at their core can be made up of any number of different ideologies. And so you might think that you're moving with people that think like you, but then you realize that your next door neighbor might hate black people the way that you do, but they don't love everything else. So then how do you actually create communities if everybody that lives around each other has to be of the same ideology, down to the nth degree?
I don't think it needs to be to the nth degree. I think it needs to be two groups: people who are okay with the difference of opinion, and the people who need that homogeny. So the majority of people don't agree with everybody in their circle or everybody in their whatever.
I never agree with you,
right? But we are okay with disagreeing with each other. We would be in that same group. People like Anirudh, who thinks he's better than everybody who doesn't think like him, at 21 years old, who's never been outside of an academic setting as an adult.
Probably as a child either.
Well, yeah, definitely as a child. But I mean, all children.
That's why people don't like book smart people. That's why people don't like them, because it's like you think you got all the fucking answers. You haven't.
Dude, he could be so cool if he was just cool.
And the thing is, we love Anirudh. It's just that Anirudh doesn't understand how difficult he is to love.
He thinks everything that can be known exists in books, and because he's read so many of them, he thinks
and exists in his head already.
Right, and I'm very not anxious, but I'm almost excited to see whether he grows into a worse version of what he is now, which a lot of people do.
Or becomes more like us, where we realize how fucking arrogant we used to be, and now we need to back the fuck up.
And I think we can have that type of effect on him. And with somebody who has the degrees and the stature that he does, he could end up being in a real legitimate influential position.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I also want to tell you why your idea doesn't work. The young man who drove to Buffalo is a good example of why, and I'll tell you why.
Which idea? What are we talking about?
Well, he got the impression that white people are being replaced by black people. Obviously, he did not have accurate information there, right? Now the thing is, in his observable reality, his ideology actually didn't show itself to be true, and we know this to be true because he had to actually plot and plan where to go to find black people. So he was already segregated by both race and ideology. And what did he do? He drove almost 4 hours to go find some. And this is something that black people have been dealing with since the abolition of slavery. Whenever black people are alone minding their own fucking business, doing their own thing, their own way, like you guys say, hey, you know, if you we had segregation as a noun. We had an era called segregation. And do you know what happened during segregation? Lynchings like you would never believe. We're talking about the fire department getting in on it, hosing people down. With you know, instead of, you know, putting out fires, you know, they were trying to wash black people down the street. Oh, you're not allowed to eat here or drink from this water fountain. Oh, black people at the back of the bus, but, you know, when the front of the bus gets crowded, the whites will be taking your seats too, a la Rosa Parks. We tried segregation already. What do? They come into your communities to fuck with you.
That was a identitarian segregation, which is silly because, again, the color of your skin does not determine what is in your head.
Yeah.
An ideological.
But that's how they sold it, though. That's how they sold it. Remember, I was talking to you earlier about how they tried to sell young black girls as being loose and giving away their vaginas when they weren't doing that.
Exactly. They were wrong. But to be around people who have a vastly and mutually exclusive worldview from you is, I feel, can only be beneficial, because if these people are going to clash and they are mixed, you know, everybody's mixed in, then they're more likely to have targets all over the place. Whereas if you're in your own little space, it can turn into a bit of an echo chamber. But as long as we have leaders who can, let's say people can't agree with what a government should do. Well, nothing is what a government should do. Almost nothing. Put away the murderers and the.
Make sure we have sewage, running water, and paved roads, and stoplights that work.
And put away the murderers and
put away the red light cameras and the speed cameras.
I'm so glad they got rid of that shit in Jersey.
Oh, I think some town in Texas ruled that to be unconstitutional too. Mm-hmm. But we got them in New York, and they want to expand them. The war against cars in New York City is insane.
I can't even. New York City is.
Yeah. I can see the disgust in your face.
It's not. I mean, I mean, I was never a huge fan of the city as like. I enjoyed visiting the city. Like, oh, it's New York City. Like, yeah. But like the feeling of like, okay, before I leave my house in Jersey, I'm going to be in 7 different environments and a whole bunch of different places, especially if it's the winter. I've got to be prepared for all of those different environments. And I have to bring everything that I may or may not need for the next 9.5 hours with me on my person. And that's just OD. Like, there's shit that I can keep in my car. If keep an extra sweatshirt in the car, keep a roll of paper towels in the car, and a water bottle in the car. Perfect. But if you're telling me that everything I may need over a 16-hour period from the time that I leave my house to the time I get back needs to be on my person, or I need to go buy it, you can fuck right off.
Well, Bon Boone actually says something that kind of depressed me, because I think some Swedish women just look delicious. I think that Bon Boone's point is why I believe that even from an ideological standpoint, if you just want to separate people in communities by ideologies, the thing is that whenever you don't have access to real information, you tend to mythologize the other side into being like these horrible people that they aren't. And what you get is a a buildup of hatred from a lack of exposure. And I think that when you continue to separate people, without giving them access to actual people, because we talked about Daryl Davis in the past, right? The thing is that, you know, the KKK guy that went into the lounge where he was playing blues music, he didn't even know that black people played music like that. They thought that they were just out there raping white girls and stuff, and they couldn't believe that black people could play the blues like that. And the guy was like, well, you just heard a black person that can play the blues, and I'm sitting here right in front of you. Have you ever had a beer with a black man? And the guy said, no. Well, you're having a beer with a black man right now. And he got rid of a lot of those misconceptions that particular KKK leader did not even come up with himself. He learned that from other people who were segregated and separated from other people. So I think that it is harmful to celebrate people because we tend to either put people on a pedestal that we're not around and don't get intimate time with, or we tend to do the exact opposite. So even for myself, when he says, black people, don't come to Sweden, the first thing I thought was beautiful Swedish blonde women, and I don't even like blonde women, right? But I had kind of put them on a pedestal. Why? Because I don't have any exposure to them, and therefore I have an inaccurate expectation or representation of what those people are, and it's damaging to those people, and it's also damaging to me.
I hear you, but my response to that is think about So think about and I mean completely like that begs the question: what are the crime rates in Sweden since this influx of people has started? Is there a legitimate reason that people, not because they're black, but people who are not part of the homogenized culture coming in and changing it, those people have a right to their way of life, and or at least I think, at least a right to value their way of life. So, but my question is this: do you think that it would be beneficial for strict Muslim communities to be interspersed with secular communities?
Yeah, I think that's necessary. But I want to touch on something that you said and what Bon Boone said, because the first thing that I thought of when you talk about some Somalians going into the country, right? The first thing you said was, well, what are the crime rates, right? And I think that that's a fair question, right? But that's not the first question I had when I saw that, right? When I first saw this, my first thought was economics. See, I didn't think of it from the racial component. I thought economics, because I remember the war between the Hutus and the Tutsis when Rwanda had zero government. And for a while, Rwanda was the only country in the world without any government at all, period. No police force, no fire department, no health infrastructure, absolutely nothing. It was just, I think the Hutus, I think it was the Hutus that were going out and just trying to kill all the Tutsis.
I think so. I don't know.
Right. And the crazy thing that I think about it is, if I'm a person in Rwanda that has that history, because that was like mid 1990s, right? And these people that were babies and children during that time are like our age now or a little bit younger, right? So I think they came up under the harshest conditions ever. Could it be that they are still in a weird survival mode while when they, try to, go to some other place like Sweden, it may not necessarily be a racial issue, but you have these people that have been living in survival mode for so long, and then they take their survival mode to a place that is not in survival mode, and then they disrupt the harmony of the community that was already there. And that instantly leads to more crime. It's not necessarily that because they're African and have dark skin that they're bringing this stuff, but because they come from an environment that was so harsh that many of us can't even really think, we can't even really understand what that is like. And I think that as you see this war in Ukraine going on, and you're seeing all of those people displaced from Ukraine, and you see that these people have nothing, and they've went through, war and torn this and that. When they go to the different countries they go to, would you expect that it would be reasonable for the crime rates to go up in those areas as well? Because those people came from a place where they were under duress, extreme duress.
That's a great point.
So that's the part. That's the thing that I think about. It's not necessarily, some of the most productive people on the planet are from sub-Saharan African countries. Some of the most intelligent people, some of the most productive people in the world. And so, I think that it's a very interesting thing, because I think that you would be right. I'm inclined to agree with you that if you take people from Rwanda and Burundi and you move them to a place like Sweden, first of all, they're going to be seeing these beautiful blonde women it's going to want to taste. Okay. Nobody really wants anybody encroaching on their women like that. Right. It's just something that I think it's a really interesting thing that you bring up, and I wanted to touch on that before we move forward.
No, it's definitely a good point. And it's definitely a multifaceted issue. But again, the reason I ask about Sharia Muslims is that their culture is so vastly different from a Western American culture that you see in European countries. Like I think London's a big thing with these acid attacks.
Oh, that's a hard right. That's a big right hand. Sorry, continue.
He's fucking an enemy. Nope, that didn't do it.
Because when Pereira is in a fight, we got to stop talking about all that shit and watch him, because he's going to be jumping around. He's going to be doing a lot of weird shit. So let's put this discussion on hold, because the thing is, Santiago Ponzinibbio was out for a while with a severe injury.
Fucking fought.
I think this is his second fight, his second fight back, second or third fight back, I think.
He was in title talks for a minute.
Yeah, he had a long winning streak. He was knocking guys out.
When Woodley was champion, he was in title talks.
Pereira looks a lot bigger than him, doesn't he? Oh, knee to the body.
He's so fluid. He got so much hate when he came on the scene.
Well, that's because he did a lot of arrogant shit, and then he ended up gassing out in the fight where he was doing like 45 backflips before the fight and doing all kinds of weird shit. And then he gasses out, and it's just like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Actually fight. But I think that he's definitely fighting more. I think he's taking Ponzinibbio seriously.
Mm-hmm. I mean, over time, he's gotten more disciplined. And he'll still be flashy if he has the opportunity.
Yeah.
But he doesn't necessarily do it. But I definitely understand the mindset.
I want to answer your question about the Sharia law people, because I have friends that are Muslim. And I can tell you that they should be held to the same standards of being able to intermingle with society just like anybody else. If they don't want to eat pork and they want their woman to have their head covered, then they should be allowed to do that.
That's
but
not
what they should not be allowed to do,
women to be covered.
As I was about to say, if they want their women to be covered and their women agree to be covered, then they should be allowed to do that. However, they need to learn how to live in societies that don't agree with how they do things and do things for themselves, and learn how to interact with those people. And the thing is, they should be held to the same standard as everybody else that has different beliefs. Because if they live in a community and there are people that believe in Roman Catholicism, then they should have to learn how to deal with those people who live in those communities. And those people should not be trying to inflict their beliefs on those Muslims. The Muslims need to learn how to coexist with people who are unbelievers, just like everybody else should learn how to coexist with them. And they should be held to that standard and not be given, some weird ass, weak ass out where, oh yeah, you could just go over here and not learn how to be civilized. No, you need to be civilized like everybody else, like every other group of Muslims that have learned how to do that too. You're not exempt. Learn how to live with other people and learn how to live with other people. Be held to that standard.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was bullshit. There was a like a bill, or I don't know how the fuck it works in France, but they were trying to ban burkinis on the beach.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yo, what? Like, let them fucking wear what the fuck they want. What is that?
But they want black people to cut their hair. They want black boys to cut their dreads. And we want you to look like us white people. Like, no. You look the way you want to look. And the only thing I need you to do is to look at the quality of my work. I don't need you to look at my hair to determine whether I deserve employment. I need you to look at the skills and the experience that I bring to the table and the qualifications.
But it's inherent in their ideology that your worth is based on their Muslim metrics. And so,
well, it's the same thing in Catholicism, but they learned how to live with other people. Then the other people need to learn how to live with other people.
But the specific dogma is unique within Islam because
they both get their fucking religion from Judaism.
Right, but the Quran is supposed to be the inherent word of God, whereas the Bible is meant to be from the messengers. And so,
no, actually, the view of the people outside of those religions is the exact opposite. That the Quran comes from the Prophet Muhammad, not from God.
No. But the Prophet
and the other people believe that the Bible is God's word.
No. The Prophet Prophet Muhammad was getting what he wrote in the Quran, according to Muslims, is the direct word of God from God's mouth to his ears to the paper.
Right. And Christians believe the same thing about their holy book.
No, in Christianity, the Bible is stories of what happened to the Old Testament is straight up Judaism, and that's still not written by God. It's still written by messengers.
But they still claim that it is written by God.
Well, they claim that
direct from God's mouth to the ears of 40 different men who are tasked with writing the 66 books of the Bible, both the Hebrew scriptures or the Septuagint and the Greek scriptures.
And so that's how they rationalize. What's the word?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the rationalization on both sides is the same bullshit.
But that's how they contend with the differences in the Gospels and everything, is because they don't claim that this is the inherent word of God. They claim that this is what the messengers say. And remember, the Christianity is much more about the New Testament than the Old Testament.
That is a nasty body kick. Oh my God. Ponzinibbio is getting destroyed in this fight. I did not expect this.
He is a favorite.
I thought that he was going to be much more competitive with Pereira.
I think he's one of those guys that's just so unpredictable that he makes you look bad.
But Ponzinibbio is so right. But the thing is, Ponzinibbio is being beaten to the punch in every exchange, and he's getting hit. He's getting hit hard.
Yeah. But swang.
Wow, he tried to take his head off with that right hook.
Where are you at? I'm at 310.
Yep, that's where we're at.
Yay! My feet are getting cold. I need some fucking kratom.
It's like 100 degrees.
Not in here. It's not.
You need more meat in them bones.
It's not I'm fine. It's my fucking feet. My toes.
That's usually me, but in the wintertime or in the late fall. Nice left jab from Ponzinibbio.
Yeah, that was stiff jab.
Yeah. I don't even know how he got inside like that.
That's what she said.
But is it me, or does Ponzinibbio look markedly smaller than Pereira?
Yeah, I think it's only.
They look like they're fighting like 170 versus 185.
Yeah, I don't remember the numbers, but you were talking, so I didn't say it, but I was gonna say virtually identical. Because I think there's only like an inch or two difference in their height.
Yeah, but the thing is, normally the taller fighter looks leaner or skinnier than the shorter fighter. That does not look to be the case. Pereira looks taller and wider.
Well, it depends on how much. I mean, clearly Pereira's cutting more weight.
But but they said it's a 170 fight, but it doesn't look like it to me. It looks like Ponzinibbio is fighting at 170 and Pereira's fighting at 185. That's what it looks like to me.
Has he fought at 185?
I don't know, but he looks like he's every bit of 200 pounds or more.
Yeah.
Ponzinibbio's got the timing down now.
All right. After the.
How much you want to bet if Ponzinibbio wins this fight? He's going to say that his game plan was to gas out Pereira. Now he's beating him to every. That was
ever since Sugar Sean talked about the slippery canvas, I have not been able to stop noticing that everybody fucking
slides. Yeah, but I've noticed that since the start of the Rona when they started doing this Apex stuff. Also, when that first time they went to Fight Island, it was super fucking slippery. I never forget that shit. That shit was crazy.
I don't know when it started, but Sugar Sean was the first one to say something, and then Rose mentioned it in her when Pat Barry was on Ariel Helwani last week. They were like, our game plan was to, stay composed, and there was a couple times where we said, okay, now, and it's time to go. We were looking for the first round.
And they slipped. Yeah, she slipped. Yeah.
And I believe it.
It's just that, those slips happened over, 13 seconds of the fight. That was 25 minutes. Nice takedown! Ponzinibbio, nice.
Actually, I don't even know what Ponzinibbio is like on the ground. He's gonna roll.
Nah, he heard the clacking.
He's dripping.
Nah, he just wants to let this go to the third round right quick. Yeah. Yeah, I knew it wasn't going to be anything crazy there. Ponzinibbio is a special person because I would not want to be in the cage with Pereira. That guy scares me. He's one of the few fighters in the UFC that legitimately scares the shit out of me.
Who's that?
Pereira. He scares me. I don't want to be in a cage with a person like that.
Because would you take him or Sean Strickland?
I would rather be in a cage with Sean Strickland than Pereira. Because Pereira scares the shit out of me.
And Strickland doesn't. Jesus.
No.
He's a fucking psycho.
Nah. There's just certain guys that are just certain ways, and they scare me. Ngannou scares me.
Well.
Another guy that scares me is Rosenstrike. Derek Lewis. He scares me. But you know who doesn't scare me? Cyril Gane.
Well, he's a point fighter. He can knock you into fucking next week.
Yes, he would. That's what I'm saying. But the thing is that if somebody told me that I had to go in the cage, and in one cage is Pereira, and in the other cage is Gane, I'm getting in the cage with Gane.
Yeah. Pereira versus... that's a tough one. God damn it.
I wonder, do you give Ponzinibbio round 2 even though he got outstruck on the numbers?
No.
No? Okay.
I scored for Pereira.
I'm inclined to give Ponzinibbio round 2. Pereira just combed Ponzinibbio's beard with his toenails just now.
What are y'all talking about in the fucking comments about tea?
Stiff left from Ponzinibbio. Ponzinibbio is probably going to need a finish. Because I think that even though Ponzinibbio had his moments in the second round, I think that Ponzinibbio was affected more by Pereira's output than Pereira was affected by Ponzi's output. Oh, nice left.
What are you doing? Go lay down. You want to come here? You can come here. You can go lay down.
I wonder if he used that head kick to set him up for something else, because it looked like Pereira saw that head kick coming. Ponzinibbio is doing a nice job with the leg kicks, even here in the third round. Also, Pereira seems to be loading up a lot more, and Ponzinibbio was seeing the load up.
Ooh,
that's a big calf kick. I think Ponzinibbio knows he needs a knockout.
Pereira's getting gassed out.
No, I think that calf is hurting. See, he switched stances.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's standing square. That calf is hurting.
Oh, yeah.
Nice jabbing. Nice jab work from Ponzinibbio. Yeah, Pereira is definitely reacting to feints now. Ponzinibbio sees something, but Pereira has the power to put you out. But look at his calf. Did you see his calf? His leg is hurting. Yeah, usually is used as a rangefinder, but I think that what Ponzinibbio is doing, he's using it as a way to disrupt Pereira's timing and to get Pereira to react to him. Mm-hmm. So now when he goes to make a move and then he feints, now he wants to see if Pereira is going to react to the feint. Because now Pereira's face is getting busted up, which means that the jab is working.
Oh, no.
Look at that calf kick.
Yep.
Do you see that laceration on his calf? Oh, nice defense from Pereira there. I get the feeling Ponzinibbio is winning this round. Nice calf kick again. Oh, nice left. Ponzinibbio with the left.
Oh.
Good defense. Pereira's still in it. This is fight of the night right here.
Ooh, nice little fucking shovel.
Yep, little shovel up.
That was
28 seconds. Ponzinibbio found his left hand and the calf kick. Yeah, this is one of the better fights I've seen in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's been a little slow lately.
That was crazy. That third round. Oh my God. That third round. Food, baby. That is a very, very easy fight of the night. Like, that's it. Fight of the night. That was good. I would want that to be a 28-28 personally for two reasons. One is for a selfish reason and one is for an analytical reason.
All right.
The analytical reason is that I thought that Ponzinibbio won round 3 and half of round 2. And I thought that Pereira won round 1 and half of round 2. So for me, I look at it and I see 28-28. But also, if they do get a unanimous or majority draw, then we get to see this fight again. Oh my God, he changed his name to Chef Lutch. I'm finished.
Chef, cook it for me, baby.
You're more than welcome to come by and give your opinions especially if you're watching the fights. Definitely. I do believe that the link was dropped. Did I drop the link? Yeah, I dropped the link to this stream very early on. So, yeah, if you ever want to come on and speak your piece, just let us know and we'll get that link to you. Let me see if I can grab Mrs. Evil so she'll at least say hi to you guys before the end of this event. No, Xenon. This stream is for you guys. The stream is for you. So if we're having a discussion and this is where the discussion is going to go, this is where the discussion is going to go.
For y'all. I'm doing 3 rows. I'm doing 3 rows of. Here, let me. Nope, that's not how you do that. Nope, that's not how you do. I'm doing 3 rows of pizza rolls, and then some fucking fish. Yeah, baby.
We got the crack cocaine price.
Some fucking fishies over there. The fucking fish over there.
And make a bottle of greens for me, please.
Boom. That's a fucking meal. I realized I opened my freezer and like I just bought some fucking ground pork, some frozen stuff. I had completely forgotten that there's a shelf here that had a whole giant ass thing of pork in here, a whole giant ass thing of chicken breast, and then I just put another giant thing from of pork in there from the freezer.
And you live by yourself, right?
No food. And then we were here balling out with mad frozen meats.
Do you live by yourself?
Yeah.
So if you have all that shit, there is no reason for you to be that light. Yo, this is probably my favorite fight from Michel Pereira.
You say it's your favorite fighter?
No, this is my favorite fight to watch from him because he's pissed me off pretty much every other time. I don't think it was a robbery by any means. I just thought it was more of like a 28-28 type of deal for me. But definitely fight of the night. They both deserve a bonus.
All right, well, that's fine. This motherfucker gave me that look. He gave me that look. I know what the fuck that look means. Venturing out into the world while we're drunk. Let's hope there's nobody out here. All right.
We're going to have a 70-degree night.
I fucking love it, dude. Like in the winter.
But I need to be home by 4 o'clock because I'm not going to be caught out there in a thunderstorm.
In the winter, when I got to like bundle up just to take him out, it's like, can you please just not have to go to the bathroom?
Yeah, because it takes 17 minutes to get ready.
Yeah, that Devil's hoodie is year-round.
Von Boone, I thought that the damage was pretty even by the end of the fight. Especially Pereira's fucking calf was fucked up.
Yeah.
And Ponzinibbio was tearing up his face. I thought that Pereira he did most of the damage to start, but then when Ponzinibbio found his left hand and then kind of established that jab, that changed a lot. Isn't it crazy that Amanda Nunes did exactly to Holly Holm what Holly Holm did to Ronda? The exact same thing.
Yep.
That's crazy to me.
I really want her to win tonight so bad because I just, she's Holly. But at the same time, I feel like the women's division is so dominated by the same names. It would be nice to see. It'd be nice to see somebody else in the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because Amanda is not only bouncing back and forth, but she only does so much. She only fights so much in either division. Then getting somebody else with a win over Holly is gonna. Oh, Bamboo knows question. It's only gonna make things more interesting. So.
I really don't love this.
What's your question,
really
Bamboo? Where are you going? That you cannot do that.
That 277 undercard, and Dontel Mays is not ranked number 1 in heavyweight. The fuck are they talking about?
Bamboo, what are you? Yo, this dog's bugging out.
You talking about Luke Shatterjaw?
Yeah. I mean, who was he? He was knocked out by 2. He got knocked out twice, right?
No, he got knocked out like 4 times in a row in devastating fashion.
I don't think it was 4. I don't think he's fought
Luke
4
Shatterjaw.
times. Come on.
Oh my God.
I don't think it was 4. Was it? I don't remember seeing him even fight that many times. After he fought Chris Weidman.
My guy has been getting blasted.
May as well get some more kratom. Actually, fuck it. I'm going to make a whole new bottle.
Okay, so we're going to go back. May 2013, lost to Vitor Bedford, KO. Then he wins by TKO against Costas Philippou. And then he wins by submission against Tim Bosch. And then he wins by submission against Michael Bisping, guillotine. That was 2014.
Yeah.
2015, he wins by submission again, rear naked choke against Lyoto Machida. Then he beats Chris Weidman via TKO. That was December 2015.
Okay,
so how many fights have we had since Chris knocks Weidman? Out David Branch, then gets knocked out by Yoel Romero, knocked out by Jan Blachowicz.
Yeah,
and I'm talking about when he's gotten knocked out. I'm talking about they separated him, his soul, from his flesh.
So it was 2, not 4. Right?
No, but that's all I can remember because the David Branch fight, nobody gave a fuck about that fight.
Record right now?
He did beat David Branch in 2017.
Yeah, but David Branch ain't shit.
David Branch is a good. I don't think, but nobody even remembers him winning that fight. But I think also the devastating nature of his knockout losses makes it look like
they were definitely bad knockouts. But
I mean, he got blasted. And then like the Jan Blachowicz strike wasn't even that hard and put him out.
I mean, Polish power, baby. Polish power.
Yo, I got mad at Jan. I'm just like, why are you celebrating? That wasn't special. The fuck are you talking about?
You. All right. So you want to see one of my daily drug addict behaviors? So this is my mixing cup. This has got how do I do this? This has got kratom residue from yesterday. So
what residue?
Morning. So we take this thing.
What residue?
Kratom.
What the fuck is that? It sounds like God of War.
Kratom.
What the fuck is that?
It's a powder made from the coffee plant that mimics opiates. So this is how I got off drugs, but it is also you'll get
is it habit forming?
So
is it habit forming?
Yeah. But it's like, it's not super psychoactive. Like it just keeps me normal. But it's psychoactive in higher doses. People like responsible people use like
yeah, this is the last fight.
I've got like these, which are just a capsule.
Anybody want to say hi to Mrs. Evil?
Hi, Mrs. Evil.
Hi. What you about to have?
Kratom.
Some drugs. So these are just like some of the pills.
Excellent.
But
What is
if you
Molly?
just take a couple of the pills, it's kind of like a like I said, it's the plant is in the coffee family. But a lot of people in higher doses, it mimics neurologically what painkillers do. So I can avoid the withdrawal from the pain pills
Opiates.
that I used to do all the time by doing this. However, this comes with its own withdrawal symptoms. So,
But they're
I
different.
don't get super fucked up, and so I'm functional, but I can't not have my kratom.
So you traded one addiction for another, but the withdrawal from this is not as severe as the withdrawal from the other stuff.
No, actually, if I knew what the withdrawal from kratom was like, it's less severe, but it lasts a lot longer. So it's like restless leg syndrome, hot flashes, and cold.
Wow, so basically you go through menopause.
Hey, Bun Boom.
Pretty much, yeah. But like on pills and shit, it'll last like 3 days and it'll be bad, and then it's done. If I knew that this would last longer, then I never would have started. But because like I mean, you talk, I'm never like nodding out or anything. I just keep it to maintain to stave off the withdrawal symptoms.
So what is
nice, healthy
what's-
scoop.
So what is the next step? Because I'm sure that you want to get off the kratom at some point. What is the next step to replacing that with something that's less draining or
The
less
next step-
negatively impactful?
The next step is just weaning off the kratom enough that I can endure the withdrawal. Because I know,
It's just cold turkey, straight up.
yeah, but I need to get it down far enough that and have the
Because
time to be able
methadone
to
doesn't really
sit
help,
in
right?
bed and fucking cry and shit.
Right, because methadone doesn't really help. There's just something else to get hooked on, right?
Well, yes, but when it comes to functionality, like if let's say you have a business, you would much rather somebody be on methadone and working for you than being on heroin working for you.
Right.
Just
Right.
because it and much rather somebody on
The
kratom.
kratom is even better than the methadone.
Right.
Well,
Mix it up.
I wish the best for you.
Every day is a struggle. I try to put a smile on, but I'm controlled by powder.
So when you are off the powder, are the songs better or worse?
Does the hair
songs
get
are
shorter
because
or
of the
longer?
alcohol. So let's see if I can do it. Oh, Jesus.
So I found something that has helped me with the pain and the inflammation. That looks so gross. Not that this doesn't look gross too, but so I found this is definitely a form of that fight was a form of melatonin.
From the rose fight? What?
Yeah, because if you can crush
So
that fight into powder, it can help you go to sleep.
Nah, that fight was straight up fucking horsey.
So I found something that helps me with my stomach and with the inflammation from working out. You know the pain that you have when you work out and you're like, oh my God, my muscles really hurt 2 days later.
It's like,
I know you've tried before.
person.
Yeah,
You've tried before.
Yeah, obviously.
That pain that you get, that soreness and the loss of range of motion and all of that, it looks like it tastes like shit.
Shit.
Ah.
Yeah.
Is there green shit all over my teeth?
No, but it looks like it tastes like
I
shit.
just see a mic. Yeah, no, you actually do, like right there.
I like she said right Just the words right there. Yeah, you gotta wash that shit down. Well, Well, I found something that is like crushed up vegetables and antioxidants from fruit extracts and stuff. And now I don't get the soreness pain from lifting. I had bad pain in my shoulder, my right shoulder, and on the left side of my back. And after 4 days of drinking this every day, I've woken up, I think, now 8 straight days now without pain.
Oh, we done like that?
What?
I didn't realize we're at the last fight already.
Yeah.
Well,
Bilal Muhammad, I think, was a little bit better in his last fight, but it was just that one fight that he had against Wonder Boy that I hated.
All right. I really want to. I want to see Holly win because I'm a big fan of her in general.
I kind of rather see her retire. She's not fighting very often, and she's over the age of 40. And it's like she's done everything in the sport that's worth to do.
Come here.
I don't think that she is the same fighter. She is not as aggressive as she used to be, and she doesn't fight nearly as often. And so when I see fighters like that, it's like, yeah, you could fight, but should you?
And she's always been the same fighter. I haven't seen a lot of.
She's been less aggressive in the last several fights.
Well, but I mean, I haven't seen a lot of evolution in her game. That's what I mean.
Right.
Like
there is no evolution to her game. It's the same game, just more passive.
Yeah, she was the boxer that could knock out, she had the skills, she had the speed and all that. But that's always what it was. It never really 10 years apart.
Yeah. Yeah. She's got that preacher's daughter thing going, and that's cool. That's cool.
It's just you're 40. Daughter is not what I think of when I.
Well, that's her nickname.
I know.
Let me save Mrs. Evil right quick.
Yeah, let's meet this real fast.
She does not want to hear Martinez say words. I just Bandun, I really couldn't give a fuck who was this fight. Like I want,
well, like I was saying, I would like, as a fan of Holly as a person and seeing how she had the belt for such a short amount of time, and then
I don't agree with this. I think Vieira looks like an ironing board.
Here. There's not much to look at here. So.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But if I had to make a choice, I would take Holly Holm as the more physically attractive of the two of them.
Oh my god!
I think the thing is, Ketlin Vieira, she's not very pretty, and she looks like an ironing board. Yeah, I mean, no.
Hey, titties are about shape, not size.
And she doesn't have any shape. Her body has no shape. She looks like Gumby.
She's wearing a sports bra. You don't know what that shit looks like.
Nah, I'm looking at her whole body, and there's just no shape to her at all.
Holly's just manly as fuck.
Nah, she just she's been around the world. Yeah. She has, the thing is that, like, if you ever see her with her hair down and not in the cage, she definitely looks way better. Now, does she look as good as she did when she knocked out Ronda Rousey? Absolutely not.
Yeah, but that was.
But if I had to choose between laying down with the one in the blue or the one in the yellow, I would rather not have to make that choice at all. But if you're making me make that choice, I'd go blue and not yellow. I think that she has a more feminine looking body, and the other one just kind of looks like Gumby. just
Can you respect our athletes, please? Okay, they're not here for your visual entertainment. Actually, they are here for your visual entertainment, so I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Now, who I prefer as a fighter, I like the way Vieira fights now more than I like the way the Holm fights now.
Yeah, I think Vieira's definitely got a better chance. I don't know why she's the underdog. I think that she's got more weapons, and I think Holly's more predictable. So
Yes, I agree with that.
ooh, that was snappy though. That little
But it looked like a fear-based calf kick, though.
either way.
Before she used to step into that calf kick, not anymore. Yo!
Wait, we gotta pull
Yo!
She actually looked better there. That's sad.
Oh my God. Why? Oh my God.
Man.
Were we both thinking a collision just happened?
That's exactly what I was thinking. I mean, not that I was going to get out of my seat that quickly, but I was like, oh, someone's fucked.
Yeah. Oh my God, Lutch is really going to do this.
I will win. I am sexy.
She just looks sad.
Flat
She's
butt.
got no butt.
No butt.
It's like somebody took a samurai sword and shorn it off.
Sexy lady. I am not.
We're getting canceled.
Hey, women are beautiful at all sizes.
But not all shapes. And we're seeing two shapeless women here. Nah, there are some overweight women that have, the ratios. Weight to hip, waist to hip, and I could see myself, losing a little bit of the bodily fluids I have in my body, a couple of teaspoons at a time. I could see it, right? But then you have smaller women that are fit, and it's just like there is no shape here, and this is not There's not an inviting look. So yeah, women of different sizes can be attractive. This is not a shape. Okay.
Blob.
It's a circle.
But right now we're looking at two rectangles.
Sticks. She's got a little jiggle to that butt. There's muscle there. It's not.
That's why I said I would take the blue over the yellow.
Yeah. She don't have the hips for it. But
Also, Holly Holm has a long ass torso.
She just has a very square torso. Her waist isn't
Yeah.
narrow at all.
Yeah. Now, if you look at the fact that she's 40 and she looks like that, thumbs the fuck up. Thumbs up.
Do something.
As you've gotten older, your shape has gotten better.
I hope so.
No, it's not a hope. You work for it.
Still improving.
Yep.
Yeah.
But also, I'm trying to improve too. You know how it is. We were both out here, trying to do the damn thing.
All right. My brain is so fried.
Maybe you needed to get up from that desk for a little bit.
I know. I got up to the part where I'm typing up descriptions of everything. Not fun.
Oh, knee to knee.
There was a vicious elbow finish in the clinch against a really good fighter. Wow. He's going in, yo. Maybe you should not have gone the narcogram. It would have saved you part of your sanity. Wizard time. I love wizard battles, especially among women. I want to see who actually gets the better of that exchange. But what I don't want to see is them against the side of the cage for 20 more minutes.
Yeah.
Well, and he brought it back here.
Oh, right.
That night will live in infamy.
You just
in
went
Bon
outside.
Boone's head.
Look.
Bon Boone said that I should not go to Sweden because people would be instantly against me because of my skin color.
Mm. Is that all of Sweden, or is there a part of
Just
Sweden where
Bon Boone.
people are a little more accepting?
That's a good question. Maybe Bon Boone can answer that question.
Let's go.
He's probably typing something up for you.
Lay down.
So I've heard that about different states here where overall the state sucks, but there are certain towns that are, a little more open. I was asking the question of your assessment of Black people going to Sweden. You were saying that they should not because of how people would respond to them or how they do respond to them now. Is that for all of Sweden, or are there parts of Sweden that are more accepting? Yes, that was my question.
Now, one thing you should know is that, and one of the things that we were saying about America is really just a collection of 50 different countries, right? So when you look at Sweden is the size of one of our states, right? So we look at it as, well, people in Texas might be looking at it differently than people in New York. But the thing is that like Sweden is just like a Texas or a New York. And so I think that it's harder probably to figure out an answer to that question, because European countries, if they wanted to do a United States of Europe, they would all just be states in that country. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. I was just curious. I mean, even here, like certain neighborhoods, if someone were visiting, I'd be like, probably just don't get off at that train stop.
Right.
Get off at Union Square instead.
Right.
It's just different.
Right.
But, then we're getting a little nuance. Forming words that my brain doesn't want to form.
Holly Holm is not the same fighter she used to be.
Those kicks were snappy, but
more racist than others. You wouldn't feel instantly judged, but it would just feel different.
How do you know that if you're not Black?
No, because the thing is, he says in his class he has a bunch of racist people in this class, so he gets to kind of see it. Even though he's not Black, he gets to kind of see like how Black people are treated, by how they're talked about by people who are in that environment. Where he's at. So he probably is in a place where he sees a lot of racism. And it's overt.
She was not expecting that.
Because that is a good question you asked. It's like, how would you know if you're not Black? But you have covert racism and you have overt racism. And what I have gotten from what Bon Boone has said in today's stream is that people are overtly racist there. Yeah. So, I don't think that there's an easy solution. If you have a bunch of people coming to your country who come from a war-torn country, no matter what their skin color is, if they're there in survival mode, they're going to be doing a lot of stuff that does not correspond with lawfulness. And, I wonder what's going to happen of the youth that had to evacuate Ukraine.
Ooh, nice.
And some of the things that happen when some of those youths who lost their father in the war or lost their parents in the war, and they're isolated or whatever, right?
She ain't going down on that. Give it up. Yeah, she's not going down on that.
She can't get her hands together.
Nope.
Nice defense.
I told you weren't getting that. What did I tell you?
And she's going to sleep. She let it go. She let that go.
Shut the fuck up. You're like 1 second ahead of me.
How did that even happen? We were lined up together.
I know. I don't know what happened.
Not no more.
For the first time ever, we were lined up. He was like, "Where are you?" And he's like, "I'm at 10. And I was like, yeah, I'm at 10 too. He's like, yay!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1 minute.
57, 56, 55.
Is that the second time? No, I did that last night. I was like 3, 2, 0. I was like, wait a minute. There's the one there. I know I count. I'm not sure how to.
Another round ending up against the side of the cage.
You can see cheeks, but it's so flat. How does that work?
No, the thing is, I think the shorts are a little bit too tight, and it's grabbing her in the wrong spot. And you can see, like, you know about the panty line, right? The women know about the panty line. It looks like a panty line because it's just a little tight, and the cut of the shorts, it makes it look strange.
But there's plenty of girls who don't have. I mean, Vieira doesn't have the definition.
Well, her shorts are probably fitting on her body differently than the cut and the size that Holm put on. Also, she might wear the same size as another woman, but because her shape is different.
That's what I'm saying.
Holm has more of a.
She looks like she's on steroids.
She looks like she's on fucking coke. You see the fucking her
pupils, and
like,
the other one.
Her narrow
one
hip.
has that narrow hips.
Her fucking pupils.
There's actually something out in the back.
Yeah.
The other one has
just covered,
but she also has a longer butt. She does. Because if you see her shorts come up as if they're diapers.
Look at this. I thought she was going out. She grabbed the cage.
She got out of that.
That was a panic grab.
No, she just gave it up.
Oh, she did.
That was a nice escape. That was a nice escape from Holly Holm. Let's give her that. Let's give her that. No, she didn't give it up. Holly Holm turned her shoulder and then forced her to give it up.
Okay, I thought
because I didn't see that in real time either. I was just like, she just gave it up. Nope. Ooh. Holly Holm turned into her and then did a body lock that took the pressure off.
She went. But that's the other thing. Do you fucks with white girls like that?
Me?
Yeah. No,
I'm just not into blondes. I'm just not really into blondes like that.
Yeah, same.
Usually, I'm not really into blondes, but the thing is, like, I've learned this over my years. I'm into women that I like the total package of, and that treat me the way I want to be treated. And that's really it. If she's black, I'm willing to entertain her. If she's white, I'm willing to entertain her.
I've never hooked up with a black girl.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I know.
Thank you for saving me for saying it.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm not that guy.
Because I mean, you and I might, you might think that I have advantages that you don't have.
You do.
But in this context, it doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. That's you not acknowledging your privilege.
Especially since in that arena, neither one of us are
what, black chicks?
Yeah, neither one of us are in the running. Let's put it that way.
Why is that?
Neither one of us are black enough. But if we both became had a net worth of like $30 or $40 million, then we would have a chance.
There's this girl that I used to work with who's like, she's like 6 feet tall, but she's like she's like 6 feet tall.
Yeah,
she's like a fucking stick. She's got no body, but she's got a really cute face, and she's like a really, like a really chill girl. Like
I would definitely consider that. Even
I tried, and she just wasn't feeling it. I mean,
nope. You know, it doesn't matter about what's the size of what's in your pants. It's about the size of what's in your wallet.
Well, it's not even that, because I know her fucking baby daddy is fucking some broke ass motherfucker. But
yeah. Well, they'll break their rule. They'll break their rule for some faux masculine, you know.
Not at my height.
Yeah. But don't be surprised if, like, you know, she'll be looking for you and you get that hey big head. You know, I remember when you used to be attracted to me. You want to pay for all my children that I had with the guys I was really attracted to?
Hey, she's only got 2 from 2 different guys.
Only. Hey.
To think, oh my God, dude. To think that I was legit ready to be like, yeah, I'll be a stepdaddy to your daughter.
Yeah, I can't believe I was such a bitch like that.
But my last girlfriend, like right at the beginning of the pandemic, is fucking from here up, fucking 10 out of 10. But then she hit the belly on her profile.
She hit the what?
She hit her belly. She had a whole ass belly. She had some phenomenal titties, like phenomenal titties. And they were great. And I still hit it. But she had no ass and she had a booty do.
That's the worst part. The massive belly and no ass. That's the worst part.
And it's like, I feel like, you know, obviously I'm not like some jack dude, but because I'm not fat, I feel like I'm kind of in a position to be like, I'm not dealing with a fucking beer belly. Like,
I may what are you talking about? I want to know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, he's talking about hiding the belly. It's coming over here, and then they go, whoop, and it's like, no, what belly? What are you talking about? Like,
and then they wear the crop top so that they could show this much skin.
That's why.
Where it's flat.
Yeah, yeah. That's why, like, people make fun of me. I'm like, yo, bring it back to.
But they want to talk body positivity, but you're actively trying to hide parts of yourself that you know nobody wants to see.
I'm on. Bring it back to 2005 when fucking
the low-rise jeans. I thought it was so dumb.
God. You remember the fucking? You see that whale tail? And I was in high school.
I thought it was so dumb.
What?
The low-rise jean thing.
Why?
It just looked bad.
Hell no, it didn't. Oh
it looked as, you know, it has the same aesthetic appeal as people with short legs and long torso. Like the dimensions just aren't right.
You like
I was in junior high school,
diapers
so
better than
I was wearing them.
You like the
I'm dead. I'm fucking dead. I did not know what you were gonna say.
I was at that age where just like, oh, I want to look cute. I want the boys to like me. Sure.
What did you do?
And I liked you, and I never saw you in those pants, like, ever.
No, but you saw me when I was in college.
Wasn't it like right before? Like you were right going in when I met you.
I was freshman year.
Yeah.
I was not in high school when you met me.
Yo, what?
No, I thought it was like right in that border, but yeah, it was like after your first semester in college, yeah.
What are we doing? Tell me this isn't sexier than high-waisted shit. Where are we at?
I don't like high waist, and I also don't like the low waist.
Like, I want to see that V right there.
It looks like somebody cut a piece of your pants off.
Well, that's because of the style. I don't give a fuck about the style. I'm trying to look at your body.
Nah. I'm sorry. Like that shit is distracting.
No.
But he wants to be distracted in that way.
Like,
yeah, I just didn't love this.
Shit, like, come on.
I like it when a woman's hips are prominent in full jeans.
Are you telling me that's not hot?
No, it looks like she's missing parts of her pants.
Yeah, and I want her to be missing the rest of it. Shit. Oh, I got one for you. There you go. That's for evil. Ooh, yeah.
That's for me. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we're getting
included now.
Yeah, we're nah. This is a men's platform.
This is in high school. Oh,
you wildin'.
How do I pull that up?
Are you as bored with this fight as I am, Lutch? Because that's what it looks like.
I mean, I'm pretty passionate about bringing back low-waisted, low-rise jeans.
He's trying to start a movement.
Yeah, dude. Like, not a bad fight, but very, I mean, consistent. You know, it is what it is.
Nice little combo from Vieira.
Oh, yo, can you,
Yo, why does not Holm use her kicks as much anymore? Why?
Because the female wrestling has gotten a lot better. She's been kicking. Can you in the private chats send me like a link or a Twitter handle or something from Dylan?
I was going to send it to you on back channels, like in
Right.
you know, Twitter, stuff like that.
Yep.
Because I think everything can be found from his website. So I'm just going to give you the link to his website.
Where the fuck is Jimmy Dean?
That's a good question.
Probably going to pop up now, as you ask.
We've had that happen before, too.
Oh shit, he messaged me this morning and then he's like, "Happy Saturday."
Holly Holm's face does look chewed up.
Yeah.
Vieira looks like the girl in middle school that would try to fight all the boys every day.
Holly is not accurate in this fight.
It's almost like she's doing some weird shadow boxing.
Uh-huh.
Wow, yeah, you've been around since when we first started doing these. This is our 40th watch party. So yeah, you've been around a long time, man, and we don't forget. We don't forget who was supporting, you know, at the very, very beginning or near the beginning.
I'm thankful we're not sitting in that room on a 90-degree day. I would have been sitting here miserable. Very happy we're here.
I mean,
you would have been fine. I would have been miserable as fuck. And the window would have been open. And somebody would be blasting their music, so we'd have to close
the window, yeah.
Is that a black people thing? Warmer temperatures and just like
no, I'm just a lizard.
He's weird. We're like complete opposites.
Everybody, all of my black friends keep their houses like hot as fuck.
This room is hot as fuck. I'm
always
cold. On yet, but
I'm always.
At least we have one, right?
At least we have it.
I keep my shit pretty, like, not that cold. I mean, I like to sleep when I go to sleep. I like it to be cold, but even still, and like I was saying, you know, my toes are always fucking cold. But
I don't know why the resident sausage hasn't been here. But he might show up near the end. Normally, June 42 shows up at the last 2 minutes of the fight. Like, who do you think's winning?
I just hit him up on I swear to God, if this motherfucker's in that fucking, holy shit.
He might be here now. We got a few more viewers.
Yeah.
I'll pop up now.
Yeah.
There's 21 people in this. Yo, did I invite you to free tacos? I gotta invite you to free. Yo. Invite people.
Bruce came back. What up, Bruce?
Oh, Bruce is back. What's good, Bruce?
This is
true.
I'm
dropping a link in the private chat for a server. Join it. We're gonna have fun with that. I'm going in there after this.
The fuck are you talking about?
In the private chat. I just dropped a Discord link for a server. And
okay.
It's fucking reckless. And Jimmy Dean's in there.
Just as long as they're not from Taco Bell.
What is that? What is this? Hug after the fight, bitches.
Just smacked her with her foot.
Is Bon Boon?
Yeah.
It's called a kick.
Like the way she got hit was like she got smacked in
What
the
happened
face.
to her thigh? Why? Where? What? How does that happen? I need to. Oh my god! I was doing an interview with that guy Blaine, who is in the Twitter group chat, but never talks to us. I did an interview with him right before this.
This is sort of a trick question because
reasonable. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Reasonable.
Yeah.
That's our answer.
Nothing about Manhattan is
She
reasonable.
hit you with that man dark. She hit you with that man dark laugh.
Reasonable. That's funny. Not at all.
Yeah, I don't think people really want to
you
know
were
what this
only getting
apartment goes
head.
for.
If you were only getting head,
If you're only
Holly
getting
or
head,
Ketlin? If you were only getting head, Holly or Ketlin?
I really thought he was saying something else, and I was really hoping he was saying something else.
It's a very important question. You could tell by the tone. It's very important. Go ahead, babe.
Yeah, I would rather go to what is it? Pornhub, and I would rather sort it out myself.
The issue, Bruce, is that living here, you never have the opportunity.
Yeah, where are you going to buy anywhere?
No, it's not that. It's difficult to get to the point where you have the extra income after everything is paid in order to set aside money for a down payment.
Right.
Because every time our household income has increased, that has happened around the same time
Whoa!
that an expense has increased.
Oh, she hit her with it a second time!
Or we get an additional expense.
Renters.
So that's why.
Yeah. Yeah.
We do that on purpose.
But the thing is, like, we keep getting closer and closer to where the money is.
Mm-hmm.
Every time not every time we move, but we've kind of moved roundabout. Now we're in a part of the city where the money is.
Mm-hmm.
So, if we have a chance to do that,
right. But if you have a
5% of like $1 million,
and it's not just that. If here, at least, I don't know how it is in other states, but here, because we attended classes for first-time home buyers, because we really were trying for that. Very hard. If you have a 5% down payment, you probably have to pay a PMI. So there's a bunch of other fees on top of that we just
not the hiccups. Not the hiccups.
If we could own, we would. That'd be great. We've also gotten to points where we actually saved up and had nearly the amount for a down payment. And then some life emergency happens where all of our savings was gone. And then you're back to now I have to fill the savings back up. And then when we're leaving before it, anyway.
Yeah.
That's a whole other TSP episode.
Yeah, it is. And the thing is, too, the housing market went through the fucking roof. Like, where they're asking for $800,000 for a real piece of shit. If you, Bruce, I don't know if you know Louis Rossman, a friend of the platform, but Louis Rossman did like a whole Rossman Realty thing where he was looking for houses. And when you look at the cost of these houses, 5% of $1 million is a lot of fucking money.
Another thing is, if you are looking at a program that will accept you for a 5% down payment, that will assist you with the down payment or closing costs for a house, if you at least have 5%, it means that you are limited in the amount of money you are allowed to make.
Yeah.
You have to be within a certain income.
Yeah.
So we'll get to a point where, yes, we get to the 5%.
But then we make too much money.
Too much money. So we are always... we always make too much and not enough.
Yeah,
we've always been in that middle ground.
And do you know who actually has been buying up all the houses? You're gonna like this one, Lutch. You know who's been buying up all the houses, all the affordable home ownership opportunities in New York City?
Just kidding.
No, the children of wealthy people.
What else is new?
So the thing is, the children of wealthy people don't make any money. They don't make the money that would put them above.
Is that the end?
But they have access to the capital to do the 5% or the 10% down. So they have access to capital, but they don't have high income. The children of rich people are the ones that are buying all of the houses, all of the affordable. So it's really a scam to get more home ownership in the hands of people who are already wealthy, but costing them less money to do it. What subway station do we live near? Probably say
6th Street.
Columbus Circle.
We can walk to Times Square.
Yeah, we can walk to Times Square. We can walk to, but we're closer to Columbus Circle. Yeah.
It's so quiet here. I fucking love it. I hate that every road out of here is a 25-mile-an-hour one-lane road.
I hate that.
You're in New York City, so driving's not going to be any better there. And
Yeah.
much quieter here. It is silent.
Oh my God. Yo, Bon Boone has no chill.
Hey, man, Vieira. That's funny.
I don't care about this fight. I mean, look at the fight stats they had to go to.
Well, I mean, this was, oh, she's so manly. She's like, it's weird because Holly she's not an ugly,
She looks like a single mom.
What? Oh my God. Oh, I guess I can smoke now.
Split
next
decision.
to Central Park.
Yeah, we're not far from Central Park.
I'm saying this.
Yo, what is wrong with this man?
All right, we got a new contender, baby.
Is Holly Holm about to lay her gloves down in the cage?
She should. That would be good. Why is she that bugged out? Like, all right, you fucking fought, you won. That's not fucking weird.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Did you think that you did enough to win?
I know you lost. Please tell us why you lost.
No, it's not.
It's not a shitty area.
It's not. It's not.
We came from, oh God, how many neighborhoods have we lived in together, you and I?
Flatbush, that spot all the way by New Lots.
Times in Flatbush.
Right?
Yes, 2 different times.
Bedford Stuyvesant, Harlem. And now
Lots.
Yeah.
That's the one. That's
okay.
And now we're in Hell's
I didn't
Kitchen
see
now.
that either. What the fuck? I didn't see that either. When did all this happen?
Bruce?
No, 3
Those are
different
low-rise
spots in
Ds.
Flatbush.
Yes, but we lived in Flatbush.
Yes.
Yeah. Because
So
we were on
there was
Church
one
Ave.
neighborhood we lived in
3 different places.
apartments. in
Would
the
you
same
ever
neighborhood.
move
Right.
to-
But as I said, just neighborhoods, right? It because it used to be Hell's Kitchen.
It's very nice now.
It used to be where
Thanks for clearing that up.
there used to be a lot of night walkers, and there used to be a lot of people getting robbed and stabbed and shot. But that was like in the 60s and 70s. And then, they Disney-fied Times Square because Times Square used to be. Yeah. You see that look on Lutch's face? Everything that Lutch loves that I don't was Times Square in the 70s and 80s, right?
Yeah.
And Hell's Kitchen is just to the west of Times Square, but the name of the neighborhood didn't change.
Yo, you heard her? Linda, listen. Listen, Linda, listen.
That was a great video. Listen, Linda, listen.
Peace out, Bon Boon. Thank you for giving
Bye, Bon
your
Boon.
unfiltered opinion, even if you didn't agree with everything I said. I appreciate your participation.
Yeah.
Please go follow my channel.
She looks like she's on steroids.
She's always looked like that. I would agree with you, but she's always looked like
I know.
that.
I'm saying, but she's always looked like she's on steroids.
Yeah. Look how vascular her fucking.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This is a vascularity.
Jesus Christ. And she's
also, she has a very male-looking chest.
That's always like. Because like during the Ronda, when she fought Ronda, that was like what 5, 6.
But her skin was so much smoother back then.
Is she though? She's mad. She big mad.
Yo, I realized that I think the real issue why you're starting to see a lot of these fighters very quickly start taking the tape off their gloves is not because they plan to retire, but I've heard a lot of fighters complain about how uncomfortable those gloves are. And I remember Justin Gaethje talking about it. And he was talking about how like the gloves that they practice with give you a natural curve in your fingers.
Gloves, like, force your hands open.
Yeah, that these gloves kind of force your hands open.
You saw the gloves that Trevor Whitman brought on.
That's what I was talking about. That was that interview that Justin Gaethje did on Joe Rogan's podcast. Trevor Whitman was there, and he was showing them the gloves. Like, look at these gloves we designed, but the UFC don't want to use them.
Yeah, and it literally has your hand like that, and it's completely open on.
And it covers the fingers too.
Covers the fingers too. So you get all the grip that you need, and it covers everything that you need covered. Yeah. Yep. So, but whatever, the UFC wants to do whatever they want to do. But anyway, this was pretty fucking cool. Thank you to Lutch for the discourse. Again, it's not easy to you can say in a way that Lutch is not the coward that I may be looked at, because like Lutch has said, hey, we'd love for you to come on the platform and talk about police role in society. I just don't have it. But he stood in here with 2 black men, and he stood in here and he listened. He didn't get overly emotional or angry or anything like that. And he's like, listen, I'm just trying to understand this. This is how we see it, but how do you see it? You're able to handle that discussion a little bit more. Maybe you don't have the generational trauma that I, deal with, but you were definitely willing to have that conversation as it happened and not on your terms. And that's more than I could say for even me at this point. There's more that I can say. More than I can say about myself at this point, and maybe I'm just not ready to have that discussion right now. Maybe later. I just know I can't handle it right now. But I think that it was a really awesome thing that you. I'm having a significant amount of trouble finding people who are willing to talk about it. It's a tough thing, and like people are afraid to say what they think. Right. But, people are gonna hate on whatever opinion you have. But if you don't put it out there, then the people who aren't gonna hate are not gonna realize that they're not the only ones that think what you think, and that it's okay to have a difference of opinion. It's okay. We both said the same thing to Archangel, didn't we? About what? About that very same thing. When we were talking about the whole. When we were on Twitter and we were talking about the whole thing with, he didn't want to discuss politics on Discord because of this, that, and the third. And it's like, well, you need like when I get into debates with people on Facebook, I always keep it on the subject. I never let it go to ad hominems. But when they go to ad hominems, I almost always ask them, please do not delete anything you put here, because everybody needs to see this conversation. Everybody needs to see who you are and how you think.
because people are going to look at me and say, well, people aren't really like this. No. I've got prior art. Like, I draw people into their emotions, but the fact that I stay out of my emotions in these discussions, particularly with Black people. And I want you to attack me personally. I want you to evade the subject. I want you to answer my questions with questions. I want you to do all of that. I want you to do that, because when other people go and they read the conversation, whether or not they agree with me is not the point. I want to see how people see who is entering these conversations in good faith. And you can get a lot out of a conversation ideologically just by how people approach the conversation.
And on top of that, I mean, it's been a while since I was really active on Facebook. Like, that used to be on my main platform, but just over time, like, especially when the Trump era started, everybody got super political, and then everybody who didn't agree with you blocked you, and then because of my opinions, it wasn't just like the Trump people. I was hating on Trump because it was Trump, and then I was hating on liberals for liberal shit, and so I like there's like 7 people who still see my shit, so I don't get any engagement, and I still used it as like a kind of a public journal, and there'd be enough people that would see it that like it would be kind of like an accountability thing where, if I were to just write it in a private journal, then it's like, it's just there, but putting it online puts some weight to it because other people are seeing it. But then I got banned for 30 days twice in a row. I got banned for
it happened to me too.
I got banned for quoting Happy Gilmore Happy Gilmore.
I made a joke about women.
That was the second. So the day I wrote "The Price is Wrong, bitch" with the gif of that part, banned for 30 days. The day I come back, I was in this group called the Dude Ship, which was just a group for dudes to be talking about whatever. And
Dude
it used
stuff.
it used to be like cars and tools and girls and
right.
And then all of a sudden, some dude started at any picture of a girl. Going, oh, you guys are simps. Why are you blah, blah, blah. And just, I guess everybody really was a simp because then they stopped posting girls. And it's like, oh, did you ever really like girls or what? But anyway, so I came back and they were doing that. They're doing that.
Because I think it's the ogling and the gawking, and it's like every woman has tits and ass. Like why are you like so hell bent on it? You don't get none.
Well, no, it's. I mean, like. There's no hell bent on anything. It's sharing a picture.
Yeah,
it's
but
not like, oh my god, we gotta find her.
Because I'm in a group like that called Barbershop Talk, which is like the Black version of the Dude Ship that you're in, right? And they keep posting the same tired shit. Some, scantily clad Black person with massive titties and massive hips and massive ass and. The same people that don't want to be objectified are the ones, wiggling their booty in your face. And the only thing that I see is I see all the complaining about objectification. And then I think, wait, what does this woman have to offer to society beyond something that every woman on the planet has? So it's like, guys, you keep posting the same type of pictures.
I just like to look at titties.
But after a while, it's like, part of the reason why society doesn't respect us is that they put it in your face and then demonize you for it. Like, why would you give them any more attention if you know that they're using it to their advantage and also to your disadvantage?
Attention. They're not getting attention from me.
Yeah, we're going to be signing off here.
Peace out.
Yeah, we're going to be up out of here. Lutch, we're going to be communicating very soon. I need to get off this shit.
Yo, come on, join the server before you leave. And
I mean, I'll probably join the server, but I'm probably not going to comment that much because I'm not really on Discord too much. But
it ain't we be chilling in the voice channel like this. It's just not streaming.
Yeah.
We just be chilling like this.
Yeah, like when I'm done here, I need to just get away from people.
I hear you.
Like I'm fucking tired. But yeah, we need to get you in New York to ride around, maybe for an episode of Genius Take the Wheel. That would be cool.
That would be cool.
So let's try to get that done. Again, thank you to all the viewers today that support this platform. We are trying to grow it. Like, share, and subscribe. A heavy emphasis on the share and subscribing. Please check out I Didn't Read Your Book podcast with Lutch in the Clutch. And we up out of here. Peace.